Here we go, back for another week of Professional Chess League action on the Checkout Show. My name is Matt Thomas. I'm here with my esteemed co-host, International Master Casa Corley. Casa, how are you doing this week?
Hey Matt, I'm doing well. Happy Monday. We're inching closer and closer towards spring. The weather's getting better. The chess tournaments are abound, so it's a good time of year.
It is, yeah. New life coming forth. We love spring. We love the warmer weather, especially up there in New York, where you're based. But I am so excited to dig in. What is the last week for a while of our Pro Chess League? We just finished week 5. What did you think of all the chess action this week?
Yeah, it's funny because a lot of people, at least in the U.S., they think of March, and when you think of sports, you think of March Madness. But we had our own little March Madness this past week because all of the teams were essentially on the bubble, and it was win or go home. So we were basically in a position where every team, to make it to the quarterfinals, they had to win on demand, and it led to a lot of really tense games, a lot of back and forth, which we'll get into.
Yeah, it was do or die week in the PCL, and we're moving into the quarterfinals after this. We have a little break, but so excited to cover what the teams did with that make or break situation and how exciting the chess was this week. But before we dive into our puzzle of the week, before we dive into the snippets of chess moments that Casa pools and covers, we do give away chess.com diamond memberships in every episode. So if you're watching over on Chess TV, if you're already in the Twitch chat, all you have to do is follow and highlight a message. When you highlight a message, it enters you to win a chess.com diamond membership for 3 months. If you already have a diamond membership, it tacks on the membership for another 3 months. So it is well worth the 5 seconds it takes to follow, get your channel points, highlight a message, and get better at chess. Get unlimited puzzles, unlimited lessons, the game reviews, the powerful engine that chess.com employs to get us all better at chess. So it's that easy to enter. And congratulations, I see we have some past winners already in the chat. Jack's Attack in the house. What's up, Brian? What's up, Tony? Thanks for being here, guys.
Yeah, no, who can go wrong with a diamond? I mean, there's so many things you could do to improve your game. And it's funny, I see so many people, even when I'm just walking around the street now in the subway, I see so many people engaged with chess.com's mobile app. So it's super, super cool to see. As someone that's been, around the game for such a long time, it's like, man, like this boom is not over at all.
That lights me up every time I see it too. I have to sometimes stop myself from striking up conversation, like interrupting them on Puzzle Rush or something.
Exactly. I don't say anything. And I don't even like make faces. I just kind of like look stoic, but inside there's like a little bit of like a warm feeling like, hey, like you're right next to someone that is also doing chess stuff. So, it's always cool to see.
One big happy family, It's, there's a brother, there's a chess brother doing some puzzles or playing a little blitz on the subway. We love to see it. But should we get into the puzzle of the week? Should we give these guys an opportunity to check it out? Cool.
Yeah, let's dive in. So
we'll go ahead and come over to the puzzle that Casa's pulled. A reminder, you get extra entries if you get the puzzle correct week to week. So if you highlight your message in chat on what you think the move or move order is for this puzzle, you'll get 5 extra entries. That's pretty big. Here's the puzzle. And I haven't looked at this at all yet, so I'm going to start assessing it with you guys.
Yeah, so just to set the scene here, it's black to move. And we're looking for a sequence of moves, right? And per usual, it's not just one move that gets the job done. It's multiple. So I think always a good place to start is, again, counting the material. Again, know the score, and then go through your checks, captures, and threats to try and identify what type of move might be appealing. And then, then start to cobble together 3-ply, which is, your move, their move, your response. And truthfully, this is a pawn that's a bit more than 3-ply, but if you get the first 3, you're well on your way to getting the moves that follow. So let's just walk through it a little bit. So the material. So white has 4 pawns, black has 2 pawns, and then the rooks and the queen and the bishop and knight, they offset each other. So essentially white's up 2. So that's just good to know. White is up 2. Then I would identify unprotected pieces, because that's usually a good thing to do, just to make sure if anything's loose. The only thing that's unprotected in white's position is actually the pawn on c4, which is actually kind of remarkable. That's actually it's usually from unprotected pieces that tactics tend to crop up. So the fact that there's nothing there like that is actually pretty interesting. And then I'm going to start looking for moves. So I'm going to look at the checks and then the captures and then the threats. My only checks here are queen takes g2 and bishop takes f2. Queen takes g2, I'm just going to rule it out. After king takes g2, rook g7 check. I don't see any follow-up after the king moves away. And then, yeah, Matt, how do you feel about bishop takes f2?
Well, it's opening up an entryway for the black pieces, so it's at least worth exploring. You know, there's a couple ways that white can take back. We have the rook swinging across the board, the rook right by the kings coming up, or the king itself taking the bishop, and then we have one retreat square. You know, pretty unlikely that white opts for that one, but yeah, those are the 4 responses I see to bishop takes f2.
So let's just see if black capture. Let's just see if white captures. So bishop takes f2. How would you capture as white? You'd say what looks like the most realistic or reliable capture.
Yeah, I like this recapture. From a to f2.
Yeah, you're doubling.
We're doubling, and we're setting up a counter threat, right?
Right. So bishop takes f2, rook takes f2. That'd be the second ply, and then rook takes f2, and then they play rook takes f2, and you're a piece down, and you haven't gotten anything tangible going yet. So we can kind of rule out bishop takes f2. So the checks, the check didn't work. This capture didn't work. The other capture would be maybe queen takes c4, which is a free pawn, but it doesn't feel very incisive, because after queen takes c4, there's no additional threat, and you're still down material. And so, again, if in a puzzle, you have to be up material at the end or checkmating, one or the other, and that doesn't really fit the bill. So you just say, queen takes c4, we'll give white a move, maybe something like rook c2 attacking the queen, and then the queen has to move again and be queen d5 or queen e6. And we're not impressed with where we've landed because we're a pawn up. Our king is a little bit airy here as well, with the file being opened up, and it's not so impressive. So the checks didn't work. The captures didn't work. Now we move on to threats. Do you see any threats that entice?
Yeah, I always get scared when my opponent lines up rooks or queens with my king. When this happens, you know, you can start to attack these squares because the pawn is pinned to the king, so can't take. And you know, there's just mating threats. You know, we have a rook here and a queen here. You know, that's mate. So you know, we're getting 2-3 moves out here, assuming our opponent does nothing. But moving a rook to one of these king files or a queen to one of these king files just forces a response. They got to react to it.
So what if I told you the queen on c6 is already primed on the g2 pawn? So you don't even need to move the queen over to the g file to initiate pressure there. So it's just a question of how you want to actually additionally attack that pawn again. So how do you want to challenge the pawn on g2? Which rook do you want to put on the g file?
It's hard to assess without fully like calculating out, but just thematically, if I do sacrifice this at some point and get this out of the d7 rook's way, then we could have some back rank action. So I would rather use this f rook to line it up on the g file and leave some potential for some future moves here.
All right, so let's give it a go. So rook g8 threatens mate. There's no better threat than a checkmate threat. So rook g8 threatens checkmate on g2. And what you'll notice here is that there aren't many ways for white to defend, because this f2 pawn is pinned, so it's not like you can push it to f3 and block that diagonal, and there's nothing that can really obstruct the queen on this diagonal. So there's only really one way to defend that, one really legitimate way to defend that mate, which would be g3.
And with totally
with
makes
G3,
sense. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, basically with g3, you'll notice that this diagonal is now open as well as this one. And so basically you have these, both the queen and the bishop basically fanning toward the king side, which basically creates a lot of consternation.
Yeah, I would not want to be in White's position right here. And quick reminder, if you do have ideas on next moves, drop them in chat with a highlighted message. We only have one so far, so plenty of chances to get some entries to that chess.com membership.
Now, if you'll notice, actually, if you could pick up a rook and put it anywhere on the board here, Matt, where would you want it?
That's a great question. I'm looking at the F file, the H file.
If you could take that rook and drop it anywhere on the board, there's one square it'd be more potent than any other.
Oh, H1.
Right.
Yeah, that's mate.
So can you potentially get it there?
I mean, maybe we're swinging our D7 rook over to the H file. I'm starting to try to bust through. And so, then the queen on that square wins too. So I guess that's another a much easier piece to get to that square.
Yeah. So basically, what's happening is you're saying if I drop my rook on H1, it's checkmate. And if I'm able to open up the H file and make that conjure that up, I'm going to win. Now, what you really want is you want this rook to come here. You want to clear the H file, right? You want to clear the H file so the rook gets dropped there. So now if you're, imagine your rook is on H7, how would you clear the H file so that you can actually deliver that checkmate? Because this H2 pawn is in the way. How do you get it out of the way?
Yeah, I think you have two sacrifices that can get it out of the way. One sacrifice is removing this defender, and the other sacrifice would be removing that defender. Removing this defender by taking on G3.
And the second one is the one, because if you take the bishop, you're not clearing the pawn. You're not clearing the pawn away. You need the pawn to be cleared so that your rook can deliver mate on H1.
Makes sense.
So basically, if you have a rook on the H file, and you take on G3 with check, because of the pin, they have to take, and I'm drawing a lot of arrows here, but because the F2 pawn is pinned, they have to take with H2, means it's made on H1. Now, here's the problem. We're almost doing this kind of in reverse. The queen on B1 is actually controlling the H7 square. And so you actually can't just drop the rook on H7 because you hang your rook. So we're going to go back a second. And you identified there were two ways to put pressure on G2.
Okay. So here we are. We have calculated that this move order will not work. So if we try the other rook moving first to this G7 square and forcing this G pawn to push the G3, then we solve our problem.
Exactly. And so after rook G7, again, this pressing mate threat basically compels White to defend. Again, you can't push the F pawn because it's a pin here. You can't take the bishop. There's no time for that because there's checkmate. G3 is forced. And now we have our coup de grace sequence, our three-ply galore, which can, which based upon getting your rook on that dream square, you now can execute, Matt.
So there we go. So let's go ahead and throw that rook away, but for good reason. So we're going to take, retake, threaten, and is it forced? Over. There's no, I mean, we have a sacrifice here. I think that's the only, just about the only thing that can be done.
Yeah, basically, amazingly, it's White's turn to move after rook H8, and there's no way for them to really get out of the mating pattern because this F pawn is immobilized. And yeah, it's a pattern that is good to know. There's a lot of ideas where around a fianchetto, if you have a diagonal piece and a rook, you can deliver mate in the corner there, kind of like a coffin corner type of mate. And
Ooh, I
yeah,
like that
the
name.
king is just totally paralyzed there. Yeah, I just made that up on the spot. So
Yo, you're full of them, man. I love it.
but yeah, there you have it. And it's funny, if this piece was a bishop, it probably still would have been mate, which is kind of funny to me. Like it actually kind of shows the power of the two bishops in a way, because if this queen was a bishop, there still would have been a checkmate issue here.
So strong.
So anyways, that was the puzzle. Just to recap here, rook g7, threatening mate, right? What's a more powerful threat than that? Rook takes g3. You cannot take because of this pin, and the king is also caught in the crosshairs. And our hh3, the quiet move, rook h8. Not that quiet because it's threatening mate, but there's literally nothing white can do, and there are no checks that white can levy against the king either. So it's just game over. So there you have it. There you have it.
Love that mate, and really instructive. I'm playing a lot of Stonewall right now, and I get a lot of bishops pointing over at castled kings, and I lift my rook pretty much every Stonewall game. So this is something I might have to take into my practice this week.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. You go f5 and then the rook f6, rook h6 thing, right?
Oh yeah, dude. We love it.
Yeah.
Swing that queen in there, they start sweating.
I can catch the vibes already. I totally get that. So I haven't been brave enough to push my f pawn very much, but man, one of these days, one of these years. All right. Anyways, so we had 3 matchups in the Pro Chess League this week. Again, there are 3 do or die matchups. And we're just going to go through each of them one by one and take some snippets from each of them. And the first one was between the St. Louis Archbishops and the Croatia Bulldogs. And the Archbishops got off to a tough start in the Pro Chess League. They lost, I think, their first match and were struggling in their second. But they won the last few weeks and kind of picked things up. And yeah, they're on a bit of a win streak here. And a big part of their winning streak was Alice Lee, who we actually featured in the previous week. Just really talented player. I think I don't even know if she's a teenager yet. She might still be 12. But regardless,
13. Yeah, I looked her up after seeing some of these games. She is recently 13 and absolutely decimating grown humans. Like she is a future goat in the making.
It's ridiculous. I mean, again, like super talented player. And okay, I guess he recently turned 13. Happy belated birthday. But I mean, still only 13 years old doing amazing things. And she found herself playing in the very first round at 2,700, a really young grandmaster himself named Bogdan Daniel Deak. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. But he's one of the top players in the world. I'd say probably like top 40 in the world, something like that, maybe 30, and very talented player in his own right. And at 2,700, and Alice actually had the white pieces. She knocked off some players with the white piece in the past. But this particular position is actually really ugly because essentially after Deak's last move, Bishop H5, there's a nasty pin here on the knight on E2 and the rook on D1, and you can't really break that pin very effectively because the knight on D2 is hanging, and so Black really is super comfortable here, and by super comfortable, basically has a winning position because Black's pieces are so good and Black has such a good space advantage. But I think one of the most impressive things about young players today, and in particular Alice, is their ability to defend positions that aren't going well. In the past, to be honest, like if we looked at games like 20, 30 years ago, a lot of times players just rolled over when they were not when it was not going their way. Not the case anymore. And what Alice does in this game is super special because she not only manages not to roll over, she winds up winning the game. So you don't imagine this type of thing happening when you're playing players this strong that you can come back from positions like this. So we're just going to see exactly how it went down and you can see what fighting looks like. So Alice played F3. It's a super difficult move to make and it's not I mean, again, this is a bad position, but it's a really good practical decision because you could also go rook e1 to defend the knight, but now everything is still pinned. The knight can't move because the rook is hanging. The rook can't move because the knight here is hanging. The knight on c4 on d2 can't move because then after rook takes d1, then again the knight on e2 is hanging. So none of these pieces can actually move if you play rook e1. Oof. And that just shows understanding where it's like, you know what, I might lose a pawn, but I can't have pieces like this. Mm-hmm. And so she plays f3, and this initiates some trades and breathes some life to the position, but you lose this tragically weak e3 pawn. So there's e takes f3 trade, bishop takes f3, trying to trade a little bit, a trade here, another trade here. And we have this position where after rook takes e3, where black is definitely a pawn up in the driver's seat. There's a pawn here also being hit. But what has changed? These pieces have a little bit more breathing room than they did just a few moves ago, where we looked at this position, and this e4 move was like, it was like the boot full of chock full of soot on your white couch. It was just messing everything up. It was just terrible. So at least here you could say my pieces are breathing again. And so after rook takes e3, Alice actually took on f6, another challenging decision to make, trading when you're down. But the point is that this bishop on a1 wasn't amazing, and she wanted to get one of her pieces going towards attacking the f5 pawn. So after bishop takes f6, knight fd4, all of a sudden these knights are starting to hop around. f5 might be a little bit loose, and you're not as excited about taking on a3 if the knight gets an f5, maybe the rook gets into d7. That's what we call counterplay in the show business. So you just don't want to allow it. So Deoch played rook e4, and then king f2, bringing the king in the game. It's an end game. The king's now a useful piece. So you get it there.
And it looks like one of the reasons this move is so good is it protects this knight, freeing up the other knight to be able to go on the attack. If this rook stays planted here, pointing at this knight is kind of glued to defending his brother, and so this we get activated, we get protected, and we can go on the offensive.
I couldn't say it any better. We're just going to leave it at that. That was exactly right. So just consolidate again, no bad pieces anymore. Still a pawn down, but no bad pieces. And now what you just do is you're just tenacious enough. You defend some of the threats and you wait for your chance. So after knight b2, attacking the rook d2, just defending, knight c4, attacking the rook again, defending, knight e5, attacking the rook again, defending, and f4. A little bit of impatience, I think, with f4. I mean, the pawn was hanging, but I think basically what's happened now, if you notice, this rook on e4 is kind of short on squares. The knight now is obstructing the rook. The pawn's a little bit in the way. You could argue that this maneuver of attacking the rook 3 times and getting the knight to the center didn't really work so well. I'll point out here, just for the folks at home, that maybe a move like knight c3 would have been effective here. Point being that if knight takes c3, what do you think black has in store there, Matt?
Let's see. So if knight takes, it removes the defender on our knight, and after bishop takes d4, now they get 2 knights. So
exactly,
yeah, it's that's crushing. That'd be
and you actually defend against knight takes f5 because the e2 knight is hanging. So that would have been a way to kind of compel a trade, still be up the material, and not allow the same counterplay. Because basically this rook here is like kind of twisted into a pretzel. These pieces are a bit too condensed together. And so anyway, so rook d2, f4.
Real quick, Monday morning quarterback, like, you know, that c3 move also finds a great outpost for the knight, even if this this idea didn't come through. It seems just so much better. The c3 square seems so much better for the knight.
Yeah, and again, sometimes when you have a winning position, you don't even look to put your pieces on squares where they might be hanging or attacked. Your mindset is to consolidate, so you miss tactics that you would almost normally always see. It happens. And again, this is not even something I analyze. It's just something that came to me immediately, because when I'm up a pawn here in an end game, I'm like, okay, all trades are going to kind of work out. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So anyway, so knight c4, rook d3, rook e5, f4 happened. There's a lot of arrows there. I'll get rid of those. And after some exchanges in h3, you can really, h3 is such a calm move. It's such a mature move from a player of Alice's age. It just defends against knight g4 check, and it kind of, in a way, exacerbates the dynamic that this rook is just in kind of twisted up in no man's land, you know? And it's kind of like a show me the money type of move, because again, it's just not, this coordination is not really working so well. And again, black is still better here, but this is not the position it was 5 to 10 moves ago, in large part because Alice actually did something to improve her pieces. She's still a pawn down, but you can see how the difference in the quality of her pieces gives her a chance to hold the game. So anyway, king f7, knight f5, and now the pieces are good. We're on the attack. So now she finally she creates some threats. And you do not want to ask a young player twice to create threats. Let me just tell you from experience, it is a scary thing. And so knight f5, threatening stuff. Rook d7 does hang that rook. Be careful there. The knight is covering.
Never mind.
But you got one of the threats. Knight takes h6, and there's another one more menacing, which I want you to identify. That knight can do something a little more vicious.
Oh, there's a rook fork here.
Nasty, nasty, nasty. And so again, now it's the tables have turned a little bit. The king moves. Knight came into d6 anyway. Sorry, give me 1 sec. Knight d6 came in anyway, attacking the rook, and now the b7 pawn is loose. And again, it's just tenacious play. So anyway, so bishop h4, king f1, rook e3. And now if you notice, this rook was also guarding the f4 pawn. So instead of taking on b7, she's like, I now can get rid of the most dangerous pawn that was in the position, which was the f4 pawn with check. Oof. And the reason that's so important is because if you did play knight takes b7, you would actually lose on the spot to f3. A few weeks ago, we had the discussion about you want pawns to complement the color complex that you want pawns to be controlling squares the bishop cannot. So this bishop is a dark square bishop. This pawn now has light square coverage. This knight moves away, and then that's checkmate. Because
oh my gosh, yeah,
that bishop is doing the job of controlling the dark squares. So really nice awareness not to take on b7, get rid of this pawn first, then move the knight away, defending against rook e1 check, and then after a few checks, then taking the b7 pawn. And it's just crazy, the transformation, because again, if you consider the position a little while ago, it was not at all like this. And again, black still is better. This is the thing that's funny too. It's like you defend for a long time. It's not like you're winning or anything. It's just you're not losing anymore. And now that the game truly turned, because after rook takes a3, you'd still prefer black, because black has an extra pawn. Black has, this rook is pretty active compared to this one. Maybe this bishop might be better than this knight at some point. But I really could have stopped the position here and said white to move from here, because this is where kind of the magic started to happen. But it was just so impressive that she even got to this point. That Alice got to this point was really impressive. And now here she, again, you don't have to ask young players to find attacking moves or tactics. And she played this move b5, which really initiated a sequence that won the game. And it's so creative what she did here on so many levels, because that looks like a free pawn. And her opponent, Dayak, also thought it was a free pawn, but it's not. And the best move was actually not to take this pawn. The best move, strangely enough, I think was bishop g3, just defending the knight, not allowing knight takes h4, looking back toward this diagonal. But the best move was not to take the pawn.
Interesting. Okay.
Dayak took the pawn and is now 2 pawns up. And
and connecting his pawns.
And
now,
helping to
yeah.
improve
Now this A and B file are now connected where they were pawn islands.
right. And the whole point of this was to play this move Rook D5. Really, really sneaky move, pinning the king to pinning the knight to the king here, and now also creating your own threats with the C pawn. So now black defended with bishop G3. You could argue maybe the king should have gotten out of the way and maybe went king F6, but bishop G3 was played.
I was about to say that makes sense to me, because now that pushing that pawn doesn't work because the knight is defending that square.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps it should have been played, but the problem with king F6 is then this bishop hangs.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So really after rook D5, there's only bishop G3. So after bishop G3, now she went C6, as you pointed out. And normally, we talked about rook endgames a while ago. We talked about where you want your rooks positioned. As an attacker and a defender, you want your rooks positioned behind the pawn. And so Deac is like, what's the problem? It's my turn to move, and I can actually get my rook behind the pawn. And so black went rook C3, getting the rook behind the pawn. Very natural. Now this pawn looks like it's attacked, and it's under control. Sure, we could trade pawns, but I'm still going to be a pawn up at the end. What's the problem? And Alice said, no, and went knight C5.
Oh, just blocking.
And so now you have a problem about how you're going to stop the pawn. How are you going to stop the pawn?
Well, and what a brutal move too. Here, look at this. Check, hit. I mean, that doesn't just block the pawn. That's some serious counterplay potential.
You're taking the words out of my mouth. It's literally all the things. It's threatening a fork. It's threatening to advance a pawn. So now, big trouble. So Deac played rook C2. The king went to D1, said, take my knight. That's not relevant. And after rook takes G2, C7, you can't stop the pawn. And so now there are just some spite checks that, Alice had to navigate, but one of them was rook G1, king C2, rook G2, and then king B3, and then no more checks.
Yep.
No more checks. That's right. Yoshi, great move. And no more checks. And then all of a sudden, black just resigned because you cannot stop the pawn. And who would have thought that C pawn a few moves ago would have become a queen, but it became a queen. So, incredible. So impressive to not just sustain the pressure that Deac basically put on her during that, early opening and early middle game, but to turn around and actually win is like unbelievable. And like, I'm trying to think of the right boxing analogy, but it's basically like just losing on points for like 6 or 7 rounds, and then like all of a sudden scoring the knockout like toward the end. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I love it. And I have a question for you regarding Alice Lee and this generation of chess players that are coming up right now. I'd love to pose this question to chat too. Chat, what do you think about this? Like, why do you think these young players, this new generation of chess talent, is as talented and performing as well as they are? Is it a nature of access to technology? Is it better coaching? Is it just humans continue to evolve and we have better cognitive ability in the next generation? Like, what do you think it is?
Yeah, no, it's a combination of things, no doubt. I'd say that the biggest thing by far is the democratization of information. If we looked at, the dynamics in chess like 50 years ago, there were very clear superpowers, right? We'd identify Russia for sure. The Soviet Union in particular. And that was pretty much the game right there. That was the ball game. Nowadays, you have India, you have the United States, you have China. And that's spurred by the democratization of information, the internet, resources being more widely available. I think one that is not talked about enough is kind of the lack of respect. You know,
Underestimated. Okay.
yeah, like back in the day, not necessarily like even not necessarily even our age, but like a little bit further back,
Hmm.
you'd have a lot of when you played a player this caliber, it was like, oh my gosh, like this kind of legendary figure, this is going to be such a tough game, blah 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 blah. And nowadays, because we get to go over the games of luminaries with computers, we kind of realize that they all have flaws.
Sure,
And we
that's a
see
good
them,
point.
right? And so it's
Yeah.
like, I'm playing this human player that is making all these mistakes. Why should I be even remotely concerned? and
Makes a lot of
that
sense.
kind of lack of respect, it can border on arrogance sometimes, for sure. I mean, you'll see young players that have zero respect for their opponents, but
Mm.
on the flip side, it just gives you confidence that that you have a shot.
Yeah, and I'd love to share this message from Tony Paul Jr. in chat too. I think COVID launched their careers. You were not allowed to go to concerts, not allowed to go to school, remote learning, more time for chess lessons and play, and that forced isolation all meant more chess. I mean that makes a ton of sense. You remove other options for distractions or outlets, and we're getting like funneled into this game. The renaissance for chess during COVID cannot be understated. I think we're both beneficiaries of that, Casa.
100%, 100%. And there actually has been a rating correction, where like a market correction, so to speak, where a lot of players spent time working on their games during the pandemic. But the players that experienced the biggest jumps, it was young juniors, where essentially it's kind of the equivalent of like, yeah, imagine someone that you haven't seen in 3 or 4 years, around 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, whatever, getting a growth spurt, right? It's almost the same thing, where they have this like mental leap, where even if you as an adult were working on your game, it's not the same critical period of time as like a young player has. So you definitely saw that in kind of a market correction happening, where their ratings didn't necessarily catch up with their ability fast enough, because they were basically on ice for 2 years.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
yeah.
Anyway,
Anyway,
well, exciting times for the future of chess.
yeah.
But did you say that we had another Alice Lee game? Are we getting
So
spoiled this week?
so we do not.
Oh, it was
Although
last week. That's right. Last week.
I will say, yeah. I mean, Alice has been an absolute star. Again, this is not the first like 2650 plus grandmaster she's beaten in the Pro Chess League, so it's super super impressive stuff. Again, Dak was 2700, so just
Wow.
remarkable.
Incredible.
We do have another game in this match, because this was a 9-7 match, so it was extremely close. This game really set the tone in the first round, and then the last round I wanted to bring you another position that is pretty instructive, because it basically sealed the match for the archbishops, and it's a position that I think is useful from a chess education perspective.
Awesome.
So you look at this position, there's ways in which white is better, and there's a way in which black is better, and I just want to walk you through that, because when you're analyzing, a lot of times it comes down to short-term and long-term advantages, and whether you could take advantage of them or not. And so in this position, we have Fabiano Caruana versus Deac again. My apologies in advance for showing two traumatic losses for Deac, because he is such a strong player.
It happens.
But basically here, white has an advantage in terms of the pawn structure. It's a funny thing, because both sides have 3 pawn islands. So you could say this is an island, and this is an island, and then there's 3 here. But the real issue is that the pawn break that, essentially black may hope to execute c5 gets rid of one of white's islands, and still black would have 3. And so basically the pawn structure is such where white's always going to be a little bit better there. The other thing is, if black doesn't play c5, you basically are saddled with 2 weak pawns, where really the only pawn that might be a concern is the d4 pawn. Everything else is kind of nicely packed for white. The flip side is that black actually has their rooks connected already, and has some nice menacing bishops pointing towards the king side. So you could argue black has a really nice foothold in the center and a slight lead in development. And because of that, it's actually black that's better in this position. But the thing is, if black doesn't act quickly here to kind of get some initiative off against the white king, and white gets a few moves, the contours of the position are going to change. And so here in this position, well, in this position, actually, before queen c7, black played the move queen b7. And actually, the funny thing is queen b7 is not really the most impressive move. I think in some ways, black was playing queen b7 to look at the b2 pawn and prevent the bishop on c1 from actually moving. But in this position, it was more important to focus in on this side of the board and the king side. And a perfect example of that would have been a move like rook fe8, focusing on the center and this side of the board. Ooh, my arrows are really not great today, but focusing on this side of the board where all of black's pieces are pointing. And so a lot of times where your pieces are kind of congregating, if you will, or organizing, is where you should play. And that would have kept the pressure on. After queen b7, Fabiano played bishop f4, inviting this trade of bishops. And I think it was here that Deoch noticed something that he didn't before, which is that this b2 pawn actually isn't hanging. So it's not hanging, first of all, because the bishop is attacked. But what if bishop takes f4, knight takes f4, queen takes b2? Why isn't the pawn hanging here? This is the secret sauce, if you will. And I have a feeling someone in chat could actually point this out. Why is queen takes b2 a losing move?
Ooh, I think I have an answer. Let's give chat a second. Reminder, chat. If you are watching on Chess TV, just pop over to Twitch chat and highlight a message to potentially win a diamond membership with chess.com. If you can see the answer to Kasa's question, why is this a losing move? Highlight your answer in chat and we'll throw another 5 entries your way. So why is this queen takes b2 a losing move for black? And I think I have a guess.
Jump in, Matt. Jump in. I was wondering if your chat would rescue us here, but
well, we just had a few people follow. So Hawaiian Lion, Little Timmy was taken. They might have some answers for us. So we'll give it like 10 seconds. 8 seconds, like a standing 8 count in boxing. So final few seconds. Yeah, right, so channel points at the bottom left.
Mudit said, take back the pawn. I'm assuming he or she's referring to the pawn on a6, but it's not the pawn on a6, actually.
Yeah.
That would give us and it wouldn't actually, we actually wouldn't be winning a pawn because after queen takes c6, there's queen takes d4.
And Theo Leo said exactly that. So it is not the pawn retake. I think we have some queen safety issues. So when I start to assess the squares that the queen can move to, it's basically only on this file. You know, we're dead here, we're dead here, we're dead here. So if we can both keep this pawn protected and threaten this queen, it looks like we're winning a queen, right?
That's right. And after rook fb1, the queen's actually just trapped. And so I think Deoch missed that when he went for queen b7, because otherwise the move doesn't make a ton of sense. Yeah, I mean it's a little thing, but it's a big detail because after queen b7, bishop f4, bishop e7 was played. Now black didn't want to trade, but now this bishop is on a great diagonal. And after b3, white's rooks are connected now, and any perceived pressure that black was going to entertain on the white king side is basically null and void now. And it just goes to show in a few moves how the long-term advantage of the pawn structure became more valuable than the short-term advantage of black's pressure on the king side. And so now black is in defending mode, and Caruana was able to make some great moves. I want to get through the game here just to take us to the next moment. By the way, here, now you can see with the knight on a4, the queen e3, the rooks being connected, how black's pawn structure is a real issue, because the c pawn in particular is a backward pawn, and the c5 square is super, super weak. So it's actually even difficult to even break through here. And so, but even if you broke through, then the d5 pawn would be isolated and weak. And so you can see here how, again, the pawn structure is coming into play more than anything else now, the long-term trump. So anyway, I want to make a few more moves and get us the next moment, which was here after c5. So this was the next moment. Black actually seemingly played c5 at an ideal moment where the rook is still on a1 and this bishop is powered down against it. And so you think, well, this is the perfect moment to break. And tactically, it's just not good for white. But the funny thing is pawn structure is so pervasive. And also the two bishops is such a significant thing that sometimes you could sack an exchange if your pawn structure is still healthy and you get bishops for it. And so Caruana did not even think twice about playing knight takes c5, knight takes c5, and d takes c5. And he evaluated this position after queen takes a1 as a position that was better for white. And it's absolutely the correct evaluation. And it's something, honestly, I would do in a heartbeat myself. But I think it's sometimes difficult for people that, aren't really deep in the game to make a decision like this. You just gave up a rook for a bishop. Why does that make sense? It makes sense because of the pawn structure. Both these pawns on a6 and d5 are really weak and isolated. These pawns, on the other hand, are connected. The c5 pawn is not yet connected to the b pawn, but there's potential here to expand pretty easily and have connected passers. And if you think about basketball, I'm already thinking of like a 3-on-1 fast break. That's going to result in a layup. So that dynamic there is just, it's like it's like old school, like 3-man weave. Like they're just not going to be able to contain you.
And it's such an instructive position too, because mathematically when you're learning chess, it's like, oh, great. I could wrap my head around pieces equating to certain value. And then I can just do math. A rook is 5, a bishop's 3. I'm going to make that trade. No problem. But zooming out, looking at the overall strategy, understanding that thematically or thinking a few moves ahead, this is going to be way more valuable to have connected pawns, to have threats on the opponent's pawn, to have tempo type moves where we're moving, protecting our pawn and attacking a piece at the same time. All these things mean that go into the decision-making process that override just the mathematical value of trade smaller pieces for bigger pieces.
Exactly right. And if you have two bishops as well, coupled with the healthy pawn structure, there's a harmony. There's no, like, all the business squares are really controlled in the center. And then the rook's like open files. There's no open file right now that the rook is kind of ultimately seeing all the way through. And that's a big deal as well, kind of staving off that rook. So all those judgments basically lend themselves to advantage for white.
Amen. So anyways, and we know how much you love your end game bishop pairs too.
And man after my own heart here.
And quick shutout, just to put Yoshi's mind at ease. Yoshi, you did get the extra 5 points for highlighting the correct rook putting pressure on queen for the last question. So good job on that one, and keep highlighting messages in chat for more entries.
100%. Nice. So anyway, so bishop e4, trying to get rid of this bishop pair. Caruana's like, no, thank you. I need the pair to matter because I want control of both both color complexes. And then it's basically about consolidation. So the queen gets behind the pawn, the bishop gets to the center. This is like a really nice, almost outpost because it can't really be challenged by any of black's pawns or pieces. And also you're attacking g7. So now guess what? They have to push the f pawn to f6, which, this isn't a Dutch. So you don't want to be pushing your pawn here. And what do you know about the Dutch, right? Well, in the Dutch and the Stonewall, right, you have your dark squared bishop, right? There's no such thing here. So it's not like there's any attack going on. And yet now further consolidation, a4 advancing further, b4 advancing even further. You might say, well, isn't the a4 pawn hanging? Well, if queen takes a4, there's c6. And the reason this is so strong is because in positions where the queen is a blockader, it's not going to work so well. And you can see here, the bishop's controlling the queening square. This pawn is going down the yellow brick road. It is going to be a wrap. So anyway, so h5 was played, trying to push the bishop off this diagonal, and then bishop d1. Really classy move, defending the a4
Mm.
pawn, potentially shifting it over to a new diagonal. And you can see the 3-on-1 here is just the biggest factor in the position. The rook, on the other hand, it has no squares really to invade on meaningfully. They're all covered. And so you can see how bishops just cover so much real estate if they're together. So bishop f7, bishop c2, improving, and then b5. And with pawns like this, I mean, this is
Right.
literally the dream. And Black tried to trade queens, but the queen trade doesn't do anything. I mean, the pawns are still going. There's no obstruction here. And after a few more moves, you just saw the pawns continue to march. And eventually,
Wow, that's an interesting point. So offering the rook trade for a pawn and a bishop, and denied because we have that fast break with the pawn on the 7th file.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, actually, if bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, this is the position that Black could draw, because if the bishop sits here, there's no entry square from which the white king could enter. And so Black would actually have very good drawing chances if the bishop just, like, let's just say king g3, bishop e7. Black would have very good chances to hold the draw here, because there's no way for this white king to get in on any of these squares near the pawn. And if you can't shift the blockade, then you can't make progress.
Makes sense.
And so the understanding that, well, first of all, I can just queen my pawn because the rook can't get behind it, but also the understanding that it's the power of the bishops together that creates so much of the utility is the biggest thing. And so unfortunately, we showed 2 games where Dak went down, and this ultimately decided the match in the Archbishop's favor, 9-7 against the Bulldogs. So you got to say goodbye to the Bulldogs.
Yep. It's
The
sad.
Archbishop's advance.
It's sad. I'm a no relation, but University of Georgia Bulldogs alumnus, and was cheering for them just based off of the name, just based off of the mascot, silly reasons. But it is sad to see Croatia go. And congratulations, St. Louis moving forward. It was do or die this week, and St. Louis Archbishops did, and Croatia did not.
Yeah, and I will say, look, man, I mean, look, the Bulldogs have had a lot of success here. You can't, I mean, come on, you can't win everything, you know, like winning all these national championships and college football. You can't win everything, you know, like
Fair.
So
We'll take what we get.
Yeah, I don't feel bad for you in the slightest, but yeah. So the Archbishops are in the quarters, and yeah, the Bulldogs go home, but very interesting games, very interesting match. So anyways, now we're up to your other favorite team, or your real favorite team, which is the Chess Bras. And I'm sorry to say, you actually your teams this week had some trouble.
I think I have the Drake effect, right? I bet on them, I cheer for them, and they lose. What's going on here?
Right.
And as you kick this one off, I'll be back in like 20 seconds. I promise. But really quick, really quick.
No worries. I'm gonna start talking, and you'll be back before we know it. So anyways, in this position here, there were a few really, really tight games in this match, and I wanted to point them out just like we did with the previous one. And I'm really, really sad is the wrong word, but it's a little bit unfortunate that I do realize I'm actually going to highlight the same player that had unfortunate things happen to them. And she's an extremely talented player, U.S. Women's Champion, Jennifer Yu, very, very talented player. And honestly, she's the lowest rated player on the Chess Bras team, and is consistently putting up great fights. And she actually was putting up a great fight against Alexander Grischuk, who, as many people know, is like a former top 10 player in the world for basically like 15 to 20 year period. And Jennifer Yu is now in a position after Black played c4 here, where she can actually draw this game. She can actually equalize the position here, because even though Black is a pawn up, White actually has something to kind of shift the tides a bit. And hey, Matt, you're back with me, huh?
So, I heard it all. Poor, Jennifer. Yeah. So
Yeah. So incredible chess from Jennifer. But she just needs to seal the deal here. It's a tricky one, but if you go 3-ply here, white can actually get their pawn back. And this was the really critical position here. White to move to get the pawn back that they're actually down.
Okay, so we'll give it about 10 to 15 seconds. If you see the move in chat, highlight your message. We'll offer another 5 entries for a correct answer. But, you know, as I'm just starting to assess this, having just sat down, I'm looking at challenging and then trying to scoop this up. I'm looking at what happens if I take and check, you know, what takes back and what happens next. So I'm considering a few of these candidates. I'm thinking. We have some entries in the chat. Last couple seconds for a chance. Just follow, highlight a message, and yeah, let's go ahead and move into it.
So I see Mudit saying bishop takes knight, and that's what Jennifer did, but it does not win. It does not keep it together, because after bishop takes knight, king takes bishop on e5. Yeah, you do win this pawn with b takes e4, but the problem is these pawns are doubled, and in a lot of positions where pawns are doubled, they basically only count as one.
Right.
And so here, Grishuk could actually play king e4, and the problem is, even though there's technically 3 pawns on each side, this is a winning king pawn ending for black, because they're actually just have this very dangerous passed pawn, and this one pawn controls 2. Now, the funny thing is it's kind of a tempos game, because whoever's side it would be to move, if they had to move their king, it would be kind of problems, because the pawn would drop, or the king could go forward because the other king had to back up. There's a tempo game going on this side of the board, and I always like in this tempo game, Matt, to connect 4. You played connect 4 before, right?
Yeah, so, my chess coach, who we had on last week, I am Carlos Perdomo. He touts being the best Connect 4 player in Atlanta and is accepting all challengers. So I think there's a lot of translatable skills between chess players and visualization and calculating moves ahead and Connect 4.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm gonna, I always thought I was the best Connect 4 player in the nation. So I'll have to figure that out in Atlanta sometime.
He's just in Atlanta. So maybe we could have a New York versus Atlanta showdown between you and Carlos. I'd pay money to watch that.
You know something? I actually think a lot of and a lot of chess players would actually be good at Connect 4 because of this tempo game. Because what's happening here is basically white doesn't want to move, and so they're going to waste tempos with the pawn. But black actually has more tempo here. And so, for instance, if white plays a4 here, right? If you want it to be white to move, what would you play, Matt, with the Connect 4 dynamic in mind? If you want it to lock it up and make it white to move.
Yeah, so I'd lock up white's position so that any move that white makes is a deterioration of their position. So
exactly,
here's one option and here's the other option. In either case, they're losing ground, losing a piece or losing ground.
Right. So the move would be a5. And then this is a prime example about how the double pawns just lack utility here, right? Because you can't really do anything without losing material or backing up. Similarly, if I played a3, how would you play the Connect 4 game here?
Same idea. Force the eventual same move. Just mirror and force the opponent to make a bad move. The only option is here, and then we transpose to the same position we were just in.
Exactly. And it's funny because I wonder if that mirroring thing is a good way to kind of lock up the position. I've never actually thought about it like that, but maybe if you mirror, that's actually how you ensure it's locked up. I always have to do the counting just to make sure, because the counting is really important. If you mess up the count, you just lose, or you just throw away the win. And so, but you're absolutely right. If a3, a6, a4, a5, and if a4 right away, a5. So in both cases, there was actually mirroring that was going on. And yeah, it's very illuminating. So basically, this actually is a losing position to actually take on e5. and there's actually a cleaner way to win the pawn, to actually win the pawn. And it's this move, b takes c4 check. And the point is that the d3 pawn is just dropping. There's no actual way to hold on to it, because if you play knight takes c4, then this is a capture. And if you play king takes c4, the knight is hanging. And so that's the real key thing. And the last thing about this actually is if you play king e4 trying to defend like so, now there's bishop takes e5, king takes e5, and king takes d3, and you've gotten rid of the d3 pawn. And now if anyone is going to win, it's going to be white having the extra pawn, although the doubled pawn makes it so that this is, I actually am not completely sure of the evaluation of this position. I suspect it's a draw because the double pawns. I'm actually going to flick on the engine just to confirm, but yeah, it is a draw because the double pawns are just not great. You see it, it's basically kind of like one pawn in a way, and you can't undouble them easily. So yeah, basically this was the position. And again, Jennifer, to get to this position against a 27, 45 player is extremely impressive. But it just goes to show that there's just new problems being set all the time, and you have to address them. And it's also unfair because this was a played on increment. So at this point, they both have 10 seconds left. Gotcha. They're scrambling to make moves. Also, time scrambles on the internet are harder than they are in person for a lot of people because
why is that?
Theoretically it should be easier because you're moving the mouse. But if you've played so much more over the board chess than in-person chess, a lot of people over the board can move very quickly, and it just feels more natural to do it with their hand and then hit the clock. Sure. That is with a mouse, and then it depends on who you ask, basically. But I think for a lot of people with more over the board experience, they find that time scrambles over the board are easier with increment, because with increment you're going to gain time. It's just a matter of making the moves that you feel are right. So anyways, that would have been the way to hold. After bishop takes e5, king takes e5, Jennifer actually realized here what she'd done, and that king e4 was this really strong move. So she actually played king e3 to kind of fight for opposition, and Grishchuk just played b5. And now we have a protected passer, and after b takes c4, a3, Grishchuk technically could have done your mirroring thing with a6 and just done like this, a4, a5, and won the game like this. But he played king d5, which does the same type of thing. And now Jennifer resigned because if the pawn pushes further, this king actually has the time to just walk around and collect it, because gotcha. This king on e3 has to babysit the d pawn. And so just like that, the game flipped in the Grishchuk's favor and was a point for the blitz, even though Jennifer put up an incredible fight to get to this point. So a bit unlucky there.
Very unlikely, but well played to Jennifer. Well played to the Chess Bras, and that you will be missed. That was my team from the beginning, and it's sad to see them go. But well played. Thanks for providing some incredible chess and some cool moments like this one to learn. So
from. You're saying goodbye. A touch prematurely because I'm going to show one more. But it's a kind of a similar theme, actually. And it's funny because, again, Jennifer in the last round played a really amazing game against this international master, Michal Boyer. And in this position after bishop b4, I actually thought like almost the whole game that white was better because the two bishops, my bias here. But after bishop b4, amazingly, black is actually winning in this position. And this is not a tactic that is easy to find by any stretch of the imagination, but I just had to show it because the way the game was going, the two bishops did wind up winning the game. But after bishop b4, there's this incredible tactic, Matt, of knight takes b3. And even after seeing this move, it's almost hard to understand why it works. So I think queen takes b3 is the clear thing, because then there's rook takes c4 and you've won a pawn, and there's some threats against the white king here. But the question, and this is the thing that's really interesting, is what happens if bishop takes b3? Why isn't black just won a piece here? Or why did black just not give up a piece here? So there's that. But what's the third ply after king h2? Well, they could take your bishop on e5 because rook takes e5.
I see. So it'd have to be maybe be queen.
Then they could just block with the pawn and they're a
Yep.
piece up.
Okay. All right. So
that third ply is the key,
Mhm.
and think unprotected pieces.
Okay. Well, this bishop is unprotected.
So now think about that third ply in that context of unprotected pieces.
So, and we're still doing after check.
Yeah. So rook c1 check, king h2, and then bishop on b4. It's unprotected. There's a sparkle of geometry there that, again, it's so hard to see.
I think it's the check and the collect.
Yeah. How that is super difficult. That is incredibly difficult.
I love that move.
Here, that there was going to be a check and then something there. Like, that is insane geometry going on. And it's just that's not totally human. I mean, some players would find it, but it's super difficult.
It's beautiful.
And so, yeah, knight takes b3, bishop takes b3, rook c1, king h2, queen b8 check, g3, and then queen takes b4. And to add insult to injury, now there's even threats of queen e1 and getting in back here. So actually, it's black that's winning all of a sudden.
Yikes.
With this knight takes b3 sequence. That's extremely difficult to find with no time. And again, there was a massive time scramble, which actually led to a pawn endgame, strangely enough. So there's bishop d8 hitting the rook, queen e1 check, bishop f6, bishop c3, hitting this bishop. Some trades that led to a pin, unfortunately. And after rook takes a6, the position is just winning. And I must say, I do like the savvy of Boyer here, the white player, because when you're on material, we say you should trade. And after queen f5, you can actually get rid of all the pieces in one fell swoop and just trade all the way to an endgame.
Wow.
So you could actually go queen takes f6, which was played. Then rook takes f6. Then bishop takes e3. And then king f1. And it's just over. Because
big pass
this
bomb.
is an outside passer.
Yep.
And this king is going to get there in time. And while this king has to babysit over here, this king is just going to run amok on the king side. And so quite remarkably, almost just like the last game, honestly, we have a position where, well, he actually went to defend the pawn with king c2. But we have a position where
I feel like
the
I
defending
would
side had a chance, and then it got to a pawn endgame.
Yeah. Is this the correct move? I feel like getting opposition here and locking the king out from this scramble on the king side. That also works.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Both are correct. It's a matter of taste. I myself would probably take more pleasure in gobbling up the king side.
Same.
But I could also see why, after king c2, Jennifer resigned. And the point is that eventually having more pawns on the side, you just have more tempos than black does. And once the tempos run out, kind of like before, then they have to back up.
Yep.
And then you just take more ground. And so the tempo game, very real thing in pawn end games. And I think these two games in particular really sealed the deal for the Chess Bras chances. It must be said, Magnus Carlsen was supposed to play in this match, but he actually wasn't feeling well.
Oh, no.
And so Anish Giri replaced him. And Anish is a great player in his own right.
Yep.
But yeah, it was not enough. And so the Chess Bras lost 9-7. And well, we'll see them next season, I guess.
Close game. And if you weren't already convinced, study your pawn endgames. Study endgames. They come up. If you're playing good chess, you get to endgames. You need to know this kind of stuff to improve. And a great way to do that is with a chess.com Diamond membership. So if you want to enter to win a free one, highlight a message in chat. A lot of you already have. Thank you for doing so. If you're watching from Chess TV, it's as easy as clicking over to the Twitch chat and highlighting a message. So I encourage you to do so. And if you want to support the channel, !chess, you can just buy a Diamond membership through that link, and that supports us. So thanks for everyone who has been doing that. There's the ! giveaway that explains how it works. And yeah, let's go onward.
Yeah, I'm also seeing in the chat here, 100 Endgames You Must Know is a nice book. Yeah, I'm actually familiar with that book. And that is most definitely a good piece of work. I'll say that for most people that are playing, and probably most people that are watching, you don't need to know like 100 endgames to be successful. There's really about 5 to 10 that are good to be aware of. There are like a few pawn endgames with respect to opposition. There are a few rook endgames that we talk about, where we talk about rook behind the pawn. Specifically, the Philidor position and the Lucena position are like the winning version and the drawing version of rook endgames. And then, then there's some other kind of geometrical themes you might want to know, but it's really not that many. It's understanding that, some of these endgames are the basis for winning or losing, and or winning and drawing rather, and or drawing and losing. So if you just know a few of these endgames, then your toolkit of understanding expands and you're able to be more effective. So don't panic that you have to know 100. You just need to know about 5 to 10 and you'll be good to go. Some people may disagree with that, but that is the truth. That is certainly the truth. So anyway, last matchup here for the last spot in the quarters was between MGD1, the Indian team, and the Garden State Passers. And this was actually not as close as the other matches. The other matches were 9-7. This one was not as close. In fact, when we get to I'm not so sure we're going to be able to do the thorough fantasy portion we normally do, but I will say one of the over-unders last week was closest match, and there was not a match that was less than that had the under, which is surprising to me.
Well, let's go ahead and make the call that since we have about a month off, a little over a month till the next the quarterfinals for the PCL, let's do the fantasy a little closer to when those matches are going to happen. So we can prioritize the high level chess in this episode, and a little bit later, maybe in April, we'll do our fantasy.
Yeah. Also, I just shout out. I don't know how to pronounce this username, but yeah, 5 to 10 games you must know sounds like a less impressive cover. Yeah, 100%. I would write that book. I would write that book and get 0 sales. But it would be an honest book.
It would be useful. Yeah.
The 10 games you must know.
Yeah.
Be like 50 pages. It'll be like a little Declaration of Independence document.
You heard it here first. Right? Look out for author Casa Corley's new release coming 2024.
Exactly. All right. So first snippet from MGD1 actually is in pretty instructive position because we have the same dynamic that we actually had in the Caruana game we looked at before, which is one side has the 2 bishops, but the other side has the better pawn structure. And it's funny because it kind of depends on what you prefer. And so everyone knows what I prefer. But what would you prefer, Matt? Would you prefer the 2 bishops or the pawn structure generally?
I mean, it's hard to say no to the bishop pair, but there's something aesthetically displeasing about bad pawn structure, and it gives me anxiety just thinking through, like, how do I defend all these? How do I juggle all of these liabilities? So I think generally I would lean towards, my pawn's looking pretty, and maybe I have a knight and a bishop instead of the bishop pair. But that's just personal preference.
Yeah, like I must say, I was a pawn structure guy, and probably until I was like 2,300, honestly, because the pawn structure is it's something that's easier to understand. I think when you're playing, the reason the bishops continuously come up to me is because even when you're down a pawn in a lot of positions, the bishops compensate for that, and so they can make up for deficiencies in your position. And I got to actually answer this question. We're going to break into programming just to answer this question.
I love it.
What is good, a minor piece or 3 pawns? Of course, everything is kind of case by case, but I would truly say the minor piece is better the vast majority of the time. I would give it The minor piece is usually better like 80% of the time. Um, and usually, honestly, 4 pawns are needed to kind of justify the piece, to really truly fight against the piece in a lot of positions. Usually 3 is not enough. Unless you have like a blistering attack.
Before the keyboard warriors saddle up, if those 3 pawns are on the 7th file, connect it, okay, all right, they're better than a knight. We get it, but Akasa's answering for the vast majority of cases. You want that powerful piece to be able to cover more squares on the board and help make some magic happen, whether it's mid or late game.
In fact, 3 pawns on the 7th, that might be worth like a queen.
Yeah.
But 2 pawns on the 6 is usually worth a rook. So that's usually they're usually outperform the rook, because a rook cannot stop 2 pawns like this on it that are that close to queening. Because if you imagine, if a rook gets behind a pawn, then they just push, and then it attacks the other pawn, and then the other one pushes. So a rook usually can't compete with 2 pawns on the 6. But anyway, gotcha. I digress. So here, black has the pawn structure advantage. White has the 2 bishops advantage. It's kind of a question of who's going to pan out and win. Black made a move here that actually is basically a losing move, and it's really instructive why that's the case. So I think the first thing is what you would do actually if it was your turn to move. To me, I would actually have traded queens if I was black here, because even though I'm giving up the open file, what I am doing is nullifying a little bit of the dynamic potential of the bishops. And I see that this dark squared bishop that was probably fianchettoed here is gone. So I don't want any attack against my king. So if I was black, I would trade the queens and then develop the knight, then fight for the file. And I'd say, yeah, white has the bishops, but this one is kind of blocked right now. And this one is also blocked, and there's no attack against my king. That's not what black did. Black played a move, bishop d3, and this is greedy and losing. And the reason it's greedy and losing is actually kind of funny, because we talked about the bishop pair and the pawn structure, and now all of a sudden white got to have both of those things. They got to actually have the bishop pair, keep the bishop pair, and now have the better pawn structure after this very, very nice move, Matt, which I think you could find.
I mean, just based off of context clues from your building anticipation here, this push looks really interesting. We're demanding attention by challenging this queen, and after a retake, we have doubled pawns, and the queen can't retake because it leaves this bishop hanging.
Right, and this is what Harika's opponent missed, because after e6, you just have to deal with this, and after f takes e6, all of a sudden white's pawn structure is better. And it's better because this is the ugliest construction on the board. Even though white's pawns on the queen side are split, they're not nearly as relevant as the damage done to the king side here. And the f pawn is moved, which is almost always a problem, except if you're playing a Stonewall Dutch, evidently. And this bishop is totally unobstructed on a diagonal and can't really be blocked again, because the pawns are really bad. At least in this type of moment, the pawn was blocking the bishop, and maybe if there was ever some breakthrough under the right circumstances, black could maybe play f6. Not here. And so all of a sudden, white has the bishops and the pawn structure, and it's just winning for white.
So if you were here at the beginning of the show today, I just want to put a rook on h8 here, right? I mean, it's not quite as good because this f square is unprotected. We can run away, but the puzzle of the day, we had a little recurrence here of this long diagonal being controlled and wanting to get a rook into the back rank, into the deep behind enemy lines for a checkmate.
So, what's funny is that you're basically anticipating some of the problems that happen later. Ooh, and I'll say that's what a great chess player does. A great chess player identifies the potential in the position and tries to move toward that slowly but surely. And you're just ahead of us right now. So cheers. So So anyway, so rookie one was played. Now saving that exchange, and then rook d8, and then queen g4, and you can just see this is going to be a massive problem for the rest of the game. That's pretty much can't be solved. And so it's really as soon as the queen gets on one of these dark squares, it's going to be a wrap. It's going to be a wrap faster than you could say Reynolds wrap. So after bishop f5, queen h4, just starting to get in on the dark squares. Queen e8, trying to contest a potential queen h6 sighting, which would just be checkmate. So trying to preempt queen h6. And now this bishop here is just in a world of pain because e4 now just basically traps it. So now, again, the bishops are running rampant. This piece is not in the game. One side's rooks aren't connected versus the other side's rooks being connected. And it just goes to show the other factors that come into play besides material, because that's the only way that black has any type of life is black is a pawn up. But you can see here how irrelevant that is.
I'd like to sneak in a boxing metaphor here. So when you catch your opponent with a strong shot that they didn't see coming, let's call it an overhand right. A big knockout shot that maybe didn't knock them out the first time, but could knock them out if you landed again. Now all they're thinking about is, oh no, that overhand right, that overhand right, that overhand right. And these white pieces are kind of threatening that overhand right, that knockout shot. And so once you get fixated on this huge problem, king safety, all these other things, all these other problems come up. You know, I fake the overhand right, I land a left hook to the body. I try to find that liver shot, or I take away one of your weapons. Your shots to the body tend to slow you down, and that's like this pawn move here, taking away a bishop because you're worried about your king getting checkmated. So
fantastic analogy. Like it's right on the money. Like you basically allocate resources to worrying about something and then something else happens. So that's very relevant here. So
let's see that knockout shot.
This bishop is now losing. This bishop is just totally lost. And black tried to fight for a little while to try to get rid of the bishop. Honestly, white could have probably ended this game sooner than they did. White wanted to keep the bishop and played rook ac1 and just tried to keep the pressure on the diagonal. E takes f5 was probably good enough to win faster, because after rook takes c3, there's rook takes e6. And I mean, there's just too much stuff that's collapsing here and not enough. I mean, this rook is also in no man's land. So Harika also could have finished the game in a much faster and cleaner way. But it's still like a cleanup on L5 situation, because G5 was played to save the bishop, which is, now this pawn is gobbled. The bishop went back and now H4 happened.
Uh-oh.
Then H5. An exchange was given up. So now white is even up material in addition to all the other things. And I'm just going to zip through these moves because it's just literally, calling and collecting here.
Dismantling.
And with the exchange up, there's just not much going on here. Now it's just about, controlling this knight and trading the pieces. And the good players do that very well. They trade very, very efficiently. And we got a lot more moves, but the result wasn't in doubt. In fact, if you took away almost all of the pawns here and just left me with like one or two, it would still be winning. So but it all came down, and again here black did resign, but it all came down to that moment here where it's like white has the bishop pair, black has the pawn structure, and then all of a sudden white had both. So nasty tactic e6 to open up the bishop there, and after that it was just too much. So that got them off to a really good start, but it was not the end of the pain for the passers, because Harika actually played another fantastic game against basically one of the stars of the PCL and definitely the MVP of the Garden State Passers team, Sam Sevion. We actually looked at a number of his games in previous weeks because he was so impressive. And last week, Harika got the best of him because, again, with the white pieces, she showed understanding of the position. So here, white has really nice space advantage on the queen side with his B and C pawns here. Really good centralization of the pieces. Every piece is kind of pointing toward the middle in some way, shape, or form. And when you have this concentration of pieces, it really it's kind of a sign that you're ready to go forward. A lot of times people go forward prematurely or too early because they don't have the proper coordination. But once you have the proper coordination, you're justified in kind of jumping on your opponent. And Harika has that here. Black's pieces are all relegated to the third rank, right? Or like the sixth rank or behind. I'm calling it the third rank because it'd be the third for white, but it's kind of the last three ranks. And so when you have the space advantage, your pieces are all in good spots and they're kind of on the back foot. You're usually ready to go forward. And it's just a question of how to do that effectively. And Harika does that really nicely with this move B5. And it's one of these moves that's interesting because you think this wouldn't be played. I mean, there are three pieces on the B5 square. Surely you're just losing a pawn doing that. But the point is that you're actually undermining the protection of the D5 pawn. And the problem is if black does nothing, white's going to go B6 and get a protected pass pawn on, and that's just too much. You can't allow the pawn to be that far up on the board and be a protected passer. And so black is kind of forced to take here. And now we have a 3-ply variation, Matt, that basically wins material for white. And it starts with a move I typically wouldn't do because of my bias.
So the move that comes to mind is trading off this protector and being able to swing in with tempo.
Exactly right. And the problem is after bishop takes f6, rook takes f6, knight takes d5, there's just a double attack here on the c7 bishop and the rook on f6, and you can't defend both of them. And so white's winning in exchange and, has a winning position. And to add insult to injury, there's also the d7 bishop is also hanging. And so white actually decide to trade here. You are giving up, it looks like your bishop on c2, but you're actually not, because white actually has this move rook f2. And
protecting and defending.
Exactly. And all of a sudden here, white's up a clean rook. And to add insult to injury, you'd think here, well, maybe black is going to be fine because there's bishop d4, but there's something tragically wrong with bishop d4, Matt.
Wait for it. If you see it in chat, you can throw it in. Spoilers are welcome in this case. And if you highlight it and get it right, we'll give you an extra 5 entries.
It looks like black might be getting their material back, but there's just no time for this.
I mean, I'm looking at like tactic kind of stuff.
You're looking in the right direction. Okay. You're looking in the right direction.
Let's see. We have back rank. We have back rank issues. Let's go. After trade, it's mate. All right.
So rook it's check. Not quite mate because the queen on c5 can come back to f8. But yeah, you can put either piece on the square and it kind of demonstrates the problems. I would actually kind of in a cheeky way play queen e8 check. It's a little cheeky, but well, actually, it's not the best move. The best move is rook e8. Yeah, the folks in chat know what they're talking about here. The point is you can't block with the queen because then rook takes, and after rook takes, queen f8. We can actually trade queens, which wins because we're going to have an extra bishop even after this exchange. But you also can be kind of, cheeky and more precise and actually go bishop h7 check. And now the king is actually dislodged from the queen and f8, and there's a winner there as well, right? Because you just get the queen. And so basically in this position after queen takes d7 and then rook f2, it's just all gone so poorly and it's just over. White's up a whole rook and can't get black can't get the material back.
Brutal.
And so, then again, it's just a matter of trading when you're up. The good players do that very well, getting out of the pressure of the pin.
Was that a blunder?
It's a trade. Queen takes A8, queen takes F2.
Okay.
But, it's, again, then inviting a trade again. Then, again, when someone doesn't accept your trades, what you do is you encroach. It's trade or encroach. So if they back up, then you encroach. And then slowly but surely, they're going to run out of real estate. There's no 9th rank or 10th rank. And so they eventually back up, and then they can't back them anymore. In fact, here, Harika played F5. I actually totally disagree with that move. Matt, you can actually force a trade here because of that encroaching problem here. If you're white to move and force a trade, there's a move that's way better than F5 right now. It forces the queens off the board.
I mean, I'm looking at maybe D7, Queen D7.
Correct. Queen D7 is by far the best move. And if the queen, again, backs up, then you go queen takes F7 and you're basically checkmating. So F5 is actually extremely nonchalant and unnecessary. And I guess maybe Harika was just kind of confused why her opponent was playing on here. But we've seen from previous weeks in the PCL that mouse slips happen. And so I'm very surprised she didn't go queen D7. I mean, it's actually a shocking thing that a player this strong wouldn't just, check out, just, like the checkout show, just wouldn't just check out immediately. It's just a weird thing. But anyways, eventually she was playing with her food a little bit. And then eventually she did wind up winning the game because Sevian just stopped playing here and resigned. Gotcha. But very, very nasty stuff. And Harika's been really big for her team. It must be said. I mean, she's not your average board 4.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
Beautiful
One more
chess.
game here. One more game here, and I wanted to show this one because it had a lot of this knight bishop elements we've been talking about in the past, and it's kind of it's pretty much an end game. And we're not going to go over all of the moves, but this is an instructive moment where Diptayan Ghosh, who we actually haven't really spotlighted in the PCL, is just another really strong chess player. I mean, there are just so many of them. It's hard to keep track of everyone. Another strong Indian grandmaster, and he's a pawn up in this position against Alexander Bortnik, and it's kind of hard to actually queen this extra pawn, because there's a rook on b5, a knight on d5. There's all these pieces kind of primed on the b4 square. So it's like, how are you going to keep advancing it? How are you going to improve? And so he makes a decision that at face value might seem controversial, but it's by far the best decision. And it's actually to play bishop takes d5.
Interesting.
And, I've been saying, bishop's better than knights, bishops are better than knights. And now we're seeing examples of that, bishops being traded for knights. We just saw one with Harika with the bishop takes knight in the fork, and now here. And the point is that after an exchange, b4 is less controlled by black, and eventually you can kind of maneuver around and shove the pawn. And so he takes d5 was played here. I personally think rook takes d5 would have been a better move just to keep the pawn structure intact, but rook e takes d5 was played here. And then knight e5, bishop f6, knight d3, rook b3, rook d2. And this is where I wanted to point out here. The knight on d3 is excellent. This knight on d3 is defending the b2 pawn along with the rook on d2. And basically, there's no way that black can provide additional pressure to that pawn. The flip side, though, is it's hard to get it going, because if you move any of these pieces, you would lose the pawn on b2. So the real question is, how do you get that pawn going? And there's one plan in this position that wins the game, and it's the plan that ultimately white would try to execute. It's black to move here, but if you were can consider if it was white to move, or what white's long-term plan is, what is it? That's the key thing here to understand how white wins.
Okay, so chat, consider it. Think about what white would do to gain an advantage.
I'm thinking things like king activity. It's getting towards, the end game. How do we get our king active? I'm looking at this isolated pawn on d5. How can I scoop that up? Thinking about my slight pawn majority over on the king side. How is that gonna work? Look at we have some answers in chat. Also, if you're new, ! Giveaway to win a chess.com membership. All you have to do is highlight a message in chat. And if it's a good idea, good comment, a good guess, we give you some extra entries for that. But all right, let's dig into the analysis.
So the idea actually, shout out to Josh Jens, it actually is to activate the king.
Nice.
And it's to bring this king all the way toward the queen side. If you bring this king towards c2, the rook has to back up and the pawn starts moving. And once the pawn starts moving, you can get your rook behind the pawn, or your king can help shepherd the pawn up the board. So that's the plan. Now, if you play knight f4, because I see that's also mentioned, you trade the isolated pawn in the center for the b2 pawn. And on some level, that's something that will ultimately benefit black, because this pawn on b2 has a lot more value as the outside passer than the Isolani does. And so that's kind of the important thing, is you want to, again, bring this king. You can go from f3 or f1 and then zigzag back to e2 and then shift the rook. This is something that white had to know and recognize by setting up their pieces like this. And that's what's so impressive about it, because with the knight here and the rook here, you can't really move those, but you understand what the plan is. And Bortnyk also understood what the plan is. So he played d4, which is kind of like a panic move, understanding that there's no way to kind of shift white's pieces at all. And now, again, you have to ask yourself, is this a good trade for white or a bad trade for white? Who does that trade ultimately benefit? And Ghosh here very quickly recognizes that if I trade the e for the d pawn, that expands the scope of the bishop, but also helps to get rid of their Isolani. And so he plays e4, saying, no way am I going to trade that pawn for this pawn here. And now the bishop has no pressure on my b2 pawn.
Great example of turning a potential advantage into a disadvantage and a blocker for the black bishop.
Yeah. And so then the plan is the same. So this bishop tries to spin around, cause some consternation to this construction, but white takes more space and then slowly but surely brings the king in. And so black plays f6, again, trying to trade some pawns here, but this king comes closer. And eventually this rook actually gets around. And the funny thing is that black, it's a funny transformation of advantages where black ultimately realized, if I do nothing, this king is walking to c2.
Mm-hmm.
So instead, black's like, I'm going to do something to try and get some counterplay. But as soon as black does something, now there's new targets. This f7 pawn was the base of this pawn chain. And so by trading away the base, now white is thinking this is actually a potential weakness. And so he gets to work getting around there. And so it's funny how this pawn, which we thought was going to be the pawn that queens or that wins the game when the king shifts over, prompts a reaction from black to actually upset their chain over here to try and disrupt that. And then all of a sudden, with that disruption, it's black that actually is racing towards the b pawn, while white is actually the one now mucking it up on the king side. And all of a sudden, this transformation of advantages leads to a situation where this king is in no man's land when it was back over here, literally 15 moves ago. And then
what a marathon.
Yeah, and we talked about rook and pawn end games. This is a winning rook pawn end game because the king is so out of it. And then after rook a4 check, the king has to back up. And now this king, using the pawn as a shield, is very easily able to queen. And I just think the last move is kind of funny. After king h6, instead of resigning right away, Bortnyk played a rook a7.
Just troll?
I think it's an intentional move just in case the opponent pre-moved.
I see.
Right? How many mouse slips, if for some reason, let's say the opponent had pre-moved g7, which seems like the natural next move, that would have been a cheeky way to turn the tide.
I see
And
what you're
so
saying.
I think this was very purposeful. And then fortunately, Ghosh did not pre-move anything.
And there's something instructive about that. Pause real quick. Like play fight till the end, especially in like rapid online arena style tournaments. We just had an arena yesterday of players from all levels. We saw a ton of upsets in that arena. Play to the end. Try to catch your opponent on time. Try to catch your opponent in giving them the opportunity to make a mistake to hand you the game. Why not? Be a competitor.
Yeah, no, I would say in online chess in particular, you actually will save something at some point down the line.
Yeah.
Now you have to walk through the mud or through these. You have to trudge through some really kind of unfortunate and borderline embarrassing situations where you're down a ton of material. But you will be the beneficiary of some screw up at some point. Over the board, I mean, there is this chess etiquette thing, it's still a thing where over the board people would definitely kind of feel a certain type of way at this level of playing it out. But here, everyone understands that, I mean, I want to say at the drop of a dime, but it's really at the click of a mouse. Things can just turn. So it's actually understood why people kind of play on here, even as the chess culture is changing in that way. So anyways, after rook a7, rook takes a7, Bortnyk actually did resign, and MGD1 was the last team to qualify for the quarterfinals. So we have our 8 teams and we have our matchups, and I guess we're in for a wellness break before we dive into those matchups.
Let's do it. Yeah. So today I'd love to, we're in the middle of Monday. It is smack dab in the middle of the day in the U.S. And maybe at the end of the day for our European viewers. So I'd love to move our spine a little bit. We've done a flow similar to this a couple of times. It's by far, when we're over in ! Discord, it's by far the favorite one, the one that people replay in our VODs and all that kind of stuff. So we are going to be working on neck and spine flexibility and mobility, and bending our spine the opposite direction that we usually do when we sit. So let's jump over to our bigger camera here. There we go. And what we're going to be doing is solely focusing on our necks. So not a ton of movement with stretching our shoulders or our upper back today. What we're going to be doing is starting with very small circles. And this is going to be more of an exploratory exercise than any kind of real work being done. But we're looking for any kind of snags that we have as we start to circle our head clockwise. As you do this, I like to keep my mouth closed, jaw clenched, especially as I go back. I can feel a little bit more of a stretch in the front of my throat when my mouth is closed. And after one more rotation, we're just going to switch directions. Try to keep small circles to start. And if you hear any kind of clicking or grinding in the base of the neck, that's normal, especially if the neck is immobile. It's kind of revving up like a cold engine. It's you're just kind of getting it going, starting to warm up the muscles and the joints that we're starting to engage. We'll get 2 more big circles. Last one. Good. All right. So that was just learning, okay, here's where my neck is today. And now that sets kind of a baseline to start moving a little bit more intentionally. So what we're going to start doing is an aggressive or kind of amplified nod. So, when you nod your head, yes, we're going to be doing that same thing, but we're going to coordinate it with breath. So as we raise our chin and nod up, we're going to be taking an inhale. That's because we're expanding our body. We're making more room for air to enter our body. So we inhale, we look all the way up to the ceiling. And then as we exhale, we let our chin come down towards our chest. And maybe we start to roll our shoulders forward a little bit, empty the lungs all the way. Once we reach empty lungs, we start the inhale, look all the way up again. We're going to do this 2 more times. Big inhale, pulling the shoulder blades together towards your spine, opening the chest again, filling the lungs all the way. And then exhale, chin starts coming down. Try to make the movement last the full extent of the breath. So moving slowly, intentionally, full range of motion. Last one, start the inhale, start looking up. And once you reach full lung capacity, chest full, belly full, start the exhale, breathing out the nose, concaving the chest, tucking the chin down. Nice. And you can look back towards me, straight ahead. Notice the difference in biochemistry and energy levels in just right now. Taking a few deep breaths and bending our spine the opposite direction. Notice any changes that's happened in your body in the last minute and a half. Now we're going to do the same thing, but instead of nodding yes, we're shaking our head no. What I want you to do is work out your eyes while we do this too. So eyes stay open if they've been closed up to this point. That's great. It's good to give our eyes a break. But now we're going to exercise them a little bit. Once we look over our shoulder, we're going to focus our eyes on something a little further away than our screen. And it's great if you have, like I have over my shoulder, a bookshelf. Try to zoom your eyes in and actually read something on the bookshelf, on a sign, on something in your environment. So we'll start by looking over our left shoulder. Turn your head. Try to keep your shoulders fixed forward and square. And we're just isolating movement in the neck. Focus your eyes in. And we'll inhale our way back to center. And then we'll exhale, look over your right shoulder. Focus your eyes in on something. Once you reach empty, inhale back to center. Good. We'll do the same thing, looking over to the left again. Exhaling, focusing the eyes. Inhale back to center. And then exhale over the right shoulder, focus your eyes in. And inhale back to center. Nice. Last progression before we do our circles again. We're going to drop our left ear towards our left shoulder. Now, sometimes this can be intense enough. If you feel this stretch already in the side neck, stay right here and just breathe into that sensation. If you want to feel it a little bit deeper, take your left hand up and over your head and apply just a little gentle weight into this left side neck and this trap. We aren't yanking our head down. We're just applying just gentle pressure to help breathe into a deeper stretch. We're going to take 2 more breaths here. It can be a little intense. Try to drop your right shoulder away from your ear. Breathe into that intensity. Final breath. Nice. You can use your hand to help your head come back up to center. Notice the differences between the sides just with 3 breaths. And then we'll drop to the other side. Again, same options here. Right ear's coming to right shoulder. You can stay right here if you already feel this. Or if you want to add a little bit extra pressure or weight, you can bring your right hand up and over your head. And drop into a deeper stretch for 3 breaths. We have 2 more. Breathing into the sensation in the side neck and the left trap. And final breath, deep inhale, maybe the deepest of the day. Long exhale, deep stretch. And at empty breath, you can reset the head. Now we're going to do 3 big circles each direction to finish this practice. Hopefully all the muscles in your neck feel the love, feel a little extra open and free and energized. After those 3 rotations clockwise, now you can do 3 counterclockwise, big circles. Last one for me. And back to center. All right, we can take a deep breath. Just notice how different you feel after about 5 minutes of movement. And remind yourself that you can do this at any point during the day. You can do this to break up work tasks, in between chess games, while you're studying. Any time of day, you have access to making yourself instantly feel better with just a few conscious movements, stretches, breaths, which you always have access to. So mostly magical. Mudit, thanks for lamenting our wellness break. I encourage you to do more of those. And let's get back into it. Casa, you feel a little better? How's that neck feeling?
I have actually kind of have chronic neck problems. And so
wow.
This type of stuff is so useful for me. So, I felt some of the clicks and it's just good. It's just good stuff, whether you have discomfort or you don't. Part of getting older is at some point you will. So you might as well sort of preempt it a little bit.
Get ahead of it. That's right. Yeah, when I started winding down from boxing career and looking at things to do for the rest of my life that are like an infinite game that I'll never really be able to master, martial arts had been it up until this point in my life. And then I looked at yoga. I was like, listen, there's all these old people doing yoga and Tai Chi in the park. If I'm going to be that old person doing Tai Chi or yoga in the park, I might as well start now and be awesome at it by the end of life. Like, if we all end up there anyway, start paying depositing into that savings bank, start earning that compounding interest in an investment that's going to serve your health well for the rest of your life.
100%. So.
All right. Well, we have some exciting matchups. We have a little time to wait until we get to them, but let's go ahead and cover these. We'll come back to our board. There we go, and let's check these out. So
let's be real for a second. I'm going to keep it 100.
Yep.
The PCL quarterfinals are basically a month and a half away. Like, these matchups are in May, and it is a bit odd to have a large break in action, because we've been seeing week after week after week, and then essentially the playoffs, if you will, being far removed from the regular season. But part of the method to the madness is there's just so much stuff going on for chess players these days that it's really challenging to make sure that we can get all these good players essentially in the mix at the same time. And April in particular is a pretty wild month as well, with the World Championship match. So
can't wait.
So May really was the kind of the sensible kind of landing spot, even though it does feel strange to have a massive break in action from between regular season and postseason. So the good news is that we get to prognosticate about how we think things are going to turn out. And yeah, there are a lot of question marks. Who's going to be playing in these, and what are the lineups going to look like? Who are the favorites? So yeah, a lot to talk about there.
Yeah, really excited about this, and I see the month and a half of buildup as great anticipation to come back to the PCL, and we get some incredible chess in the meantime, including a big World Championship game that I know everyone in the chess world is super excited about. We have a comment. Prognosticate should be the word of the day. That's a great word of the day. Shout out to Casa for always the exemplary vocabulary there. So here are the matchups for May. We're coming back May 11th with PCL Pro Chess League. So are there any matchups that stand out to you, Casa?
Yeah, so I think, first of all, I think the thing that kind of I'm wondering about is who's going to be in form when these matches come around in May. And all the teams, you look at teams that are, 3-0, like the Gotham Knights or the Indian Yogis, and you look at their opponents, the Blitz and the Archbishops respectively. And what you notice is that the Blitz and the Archbishops had to win the last few weeks to get in. And so you basically, these kind of underdogs or lower seeds, if you will, basically had to kill it the last few weeks. So everyone that's in the quarters right now is actually kind of on fire, even though some teams haven't lost matches and some teams have. All the teams that have made this far or have been winners to actually get to this point. So it's really tough to say there's any major underdogs, but I will say that I still I think if I had to pick anyone, I would pick teams where I'm extremely impressed with the board for. And so if you recall, the Indian Yogis have Prague's have
you gonna say it?
Golly, I was gonna say
Prague sister.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say Prague sister.
Yep, not just Prague sister,
but
we have Vishali holding it down.
Yeah, no, really, just remarkable talent. So she's incredible. And then I like Alice Lee, the Archbishop's board for, is just killing it as well. So those are the two teams I think I look at and I say their board fours are formidable. But then again, MGD, the Indian team, their board for Harika is a grandmaster and super strong player herself. So, I mean, I even like the Shanghai Tigers. I mean, I mean, all these teams are so good. It's tough to say.
We're really coming down to brass tacks here with some of the best players in the world all condensed into these 8 teams that are left. And if you're familiar with how March Madness works, just to address one of the questions in the chat, were the matchups for the playoffs randomized or done based off of standings? So that you can see that these undefeated teams were matched up against the 2-loss teams. So in theory there we have a 1 seed versus a 4 seed for different sides of the bracket. So it does continue to progress up like a March Madness style bracket. And we have another question. Who am I supporting now? Well, that is a good question. My chest bras are out. And same with Casa's Carolina Cobras. So
they were out.
They were out a while ago. Yeah. So we do need to find new teams to support. I tell you what, it has been so much fun to watch some of these board fours, these young players, these lesser knowns rise up through this year's PCL, like Casa mentioned. But I gotta go with people that I know and that I love watching and are some of the more recognizable names. So I think I'm jumping from one fair weather fan.
Oh, I know.
To
you're going to the Gotham Knights, aren't you?
I might be jumping over to the Gotham Knights.
I knew it. This guy is a bandwagoner at heart. He's going from one streamer he knows to the other. This guy, it's not a bad pick, honestly.
Yeah, I want to see them go far. I want to root for a team that where I know some of the players and specifically the manager, Levy, Gotham Chess, who heads up and manages the Gotham Knights, who we're looking to have on the show too. So keep coming back on Mondays. We'll have some more exciting guests for you in future episodes. Matt Bandwagon Thomas. Should I change my my boxer ring name to that? I used to be the Matador, which is why we have little bulls as our subscriber badges. But I think Bandwagon might make more sense for my new talk show host career here.
You do you. I'm just gonna keep the objectivity here.
Okay.
And I will say this. I think most of the matches are close. I do have one match here, and I'm going to do it. I think there's one match where there's a clear favorite to me.
Okay.
And I think the Shanghai Tigers are a clear favorite against the Norway Gnomes, actually.
Wow. Okay.
I would be
Good
really
call.
surprised if the Shanghai Tigers don't take care of business, because again, the Norway Gnomes early on were the recipient of close tie-break matches.
That's
and
right.
I remember the mouse slip match victory. I mean, they easily could have been 1-3 as opposed to 3-1. So I just think, I mean, again, we're gonna have time to talk about this further, but I do like the Tigers against the Gnomes. I like the Yogis against the Blitz.
Yeah,
I like the Archbishops against the Knights. Just Alice Lee.
He's calling it. Yeah, Alice Lee is formidable and such a strong board for and only getting better. I think any kind of estimation on her, any kind of ELO is an underestimation at this stage. She just keeps getting better and better and proving that she can handle pressure beyond her years. So I'm excited for my Gotham Knights to test her even more, and I think I'll be happy if I'm wrong there and Alice Lee ends up being the hero. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. So yeah, there we have it. I do believe we're not going to have fantasy anytime soon. So we'll do a fantasy segment a bit closer to these matches. But I will say, and normally we don't do the show as early as we did today. So the results of the last week of fantasy, as far as the winners, won't be mentioned right this moment. But I will say that the 3 matches in the last bit of qualification for the quarters, there was no match that was super close. And so we like there was an under where, it was like 1.5 points or something like that. And there was no match that was that close. Every match was at least 9-7 or 10-6. So I don't know. I'm curious to figure out who actually did well in the fantasy the past week, but we'll find out soon enough. Probably later today, early tomorrow.
Absolutely. And if you do want to participate in fantasy in the future, Casa and I at the end of usual Checkout Show episodes go through the fantasy picks together. So if you're new here, that's what he's referencing from last week. And we've been pretty back and forth with them. We've both gotten some of the weeks. I think you probably have the majority of them. And I think it's always a fun addition to add in some of your own stakes to these really high level chess games that are already instructive. But if you have kind of a horse in the race, or you study them enough to get to know the teams and the matchups enough to have an educated guess and see how they shake out. I just love that fantasy is a component in chess now, and I hope that it continues.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, there you have it. We have our 4 matchups. We're still gonna, do some interesting content analysis and anticipation, of those matchups, but also probably some stuff in relation to the World Championship, which is coming up in early April. And any last words, Matt?
Yeah, the last words are, this is the last minute before we sign off to get your highlighted messages into chat for a chance to win the chess.com membership and join Discord. That's where I contact the winners to get your chess.com username to give you the membership. So Discord, highlight a message, and I'll contact the winners within 24 hours. And thank you so much for joining week after week. It's been so much fun going over high-level chess with you, learning together, and covering the Pro Chess League. And big thanks to Casa, who does so much work preparing for each one of these episodes with all the snippets that we learned from. So I hope you enjoy the rest of your Monday, Casa. Good luck with preparing for your upcoming chess tournaments and doing the awesome work that you do as head of community for chess.com. And I will keep playing some chess, so stick around if you want to play some Stonewall Dutch with me and do some puzzles. But we'll go ahead and say bye to Casa. Have a great rest of your day, dude.
All right, peace. Take care.
All right. And guys, we're gonna jump right over to Puzzle of the Day, which I haven't done yet, and I hope you guys haven't done it, so we can do it together. But thank you so much for an awesome checkout show. How fun was that? We got a lot of highlights in the chat, a lot of kind words. Really appreciate that. And we are going to be shifting gears. So we will still be playing a little bit of chess, but we're also going to shift into a segment of the show, or of the stream that is actually sponsored by Skillshare. So if you're still here and want a free month on Skillshare, they're just giving away a free month. Yeah, there's no purchase necessary. There's no catch. You sign up for the free month. You can cancel after the free month. It's not going to charge your card automatically or anything like that. If you type in !Skillshare, you'll get to learn alongside me. I'm going to play some chess, do some puzzles, and then I'm going to use footage from the stream to try to make a YouTube video. And I'm studying a creator class on Skillshare in order to do that. So let's do that together. What do you say? Does that sound cool? Yeah, cool. We like chess indeed. Cool. Well, let's jump over to the daily puzzle first. We will switch to this view. Nice. All right. And here's the puzzle. Cool. All right. I'll move this right up there. All right, who's done the puzzle of the day already? Great show today. Have a happy and safe Monday. Tony, thanks so much for being here. And thanks for all the great answers, the good vibes. Again, guys that entered the giveaway for chess.com, go join the exclamation point Discord so it's easy to contact you if you win. You just pop into general there. One of the mods will reach out, or I'll reach out. Okay. Let's see what this puzzle is looking like here. So Spring Ahead is the name of it. It looks like we have a discovered check. If we push this pawn, that looks like a pretty good start to this puzzle. So let's just go ahead and do that. I think that's probably the first move. And do we just take? Okay. We win a piece with a discovered check. So that was a pretty easy puzzle of the day. Very, very cool. And we'll warm up our brain with a few puzzles before we dive into a few games and before we get into Skillshare. All right. It looks like we can threaten the same kind of mate that we had in our puzzle of the week. I think we just take here and mate here. Yep. So we're shutting off these squares and get our checkmate. All right. What do we have here? We have a take with check, and that wins a piece. That's not it, though. Okay. Thought we got a quick one there. Guess not. Maybe it's check. Oh, it's a smother mate. To smother mate because of this. Whereas if we take here, he can retake. All right, we miss mate. A cardinal sin. All right, we have a check, an escape square, and then a check wins the queen. Nice one. We have a take. I don't know if that does anything for us. We do have a challenge here. Force back, and then we can win. Really, that's not it. This looked good to me. Maybe here? Nice. We like it. See you later, Tony. All right, what do we have here? We have a take. I like this idea. Okay, let's take. Let's challenge. Let's see if we take and he takes, then we can take with check. And then retake. We can get out of here, right? We can escape here. We can escape here. Very cool. All right. I feel pretty good. Let's dive into games. I think we'll probably... And if you want to play, all I ask to play me today is that you sign up for Skillshare. Okay? So they are supporting this stream and the checkout show. So if you sign up for !Skillshare, sign up for the free month, and I'll play you on stream. Sound good? Cool. When you challenge me, please have already done it and challenge me unrated. Sound good? I kind of like this move. I don't know if it works, but looks like maybe he was setting up for like a Caro-Kann. Now this challenges both. Really like that. Also, if he takes, we retake, right? Interesting. I don't think that helps him. Because I think after... Let's see. Take. Yeah, let's just... Castle. Nice and relaxed. We got this. We got this. We got this. We got this. We can push. I think we're nice and safe here. Even though we don't look too safe. Really wish my mic stand would behave because it keeps focusing on the mic stand instead of me. Jack's Attack, thanks, dude. What's up, Jesse? Welcome to the movers. Also, I missed some movers in chat. So wanna make sure I say hi to all of the new movers. My bulls. We have Ashish. We have PDX, Zion Lion, Stafford Gambit, Lord Vies, Zeus's. Okay. We are going to chase this queen around. Do we want to do it now? Yeah, Mudit, like, it's looking pretty good. Yeah, I think we want to start with the okay. We just get a queen for that. Sorry, Air Force guy. All right, and we got the W. We take blunders. We like when they blunder. I don't see any challenges yet, so I'm going to jump into another game. If you do want to play me on stream, !Skillshare, sign up for a free month. And we can play. Make sure when you challenge me, it's for unrated. Unrated, please. Shutting down that square. This is an annoying move, but we block it. Okay, he's blocking his development. We have a good start to this game. We're playing a 1326 from Slovenia. Go ahead and get our castle in, and now we're set up to start to go on the offensive with the stone wall attack. We be stonewalling. And !Skillshare doesn't only get you to play me on stream, it also supports the stream. So we're able to, this is inspired by Chess Bras. It isn't. No, it's actually inspired by one of my chess coaches and fellow chess boxers. His name is Deepak Aaron. He is a very skilled chess player out of Atlanta, Georgia, who actually plays the Stonewall and recently played Grandmaster Amon Hambleton from the Chess Bras in a tournament in Charlotte. Okay, so he's moved this again. I think we just keep it right here. I think we protect and develop. And then we're probably going to slide to this square. now we're looking at this move. We're also looking at, yeah, that's perfect. We're also looking at queen to g3. Yeah, so let's go ahead and take, because our bishop can retake. Now this is hanging. We're also hitting this pawn. He protects. We're going to swing in here. And it's hard for him to protect this this pawn. And then his king's just kind of stranded in the middle. Don't have a bank account yet. Just 1 month till you're 18. Oh, no worries. I don't think you need a bank account to sign up for Skillshare, though. All right, so let's go for it. We are going to take... Actually, should we just take here? Yeah. I don't blame you, Ragnarok. Yeah, the moves here were, you know, we could take the rook. We could also trade and then come in for mate. Both were good. This is actually a pretty strong counter to what I usually do. Because this does... It is undefended for a certain amount of time. But I just have to develop the knight first. And then it's okay. Because usually I bring this bishop out. But if I bring the bishop out first, then he just takes and then he wins a rook. Now we're threatening his. This causes problems for him. I think this saves this. Let's come here. And we'll block this. And then we'll push this to kick him out. And then maybe we still get the take-retake. I might actually like this. Let's calculate this real quick. If here, take with check. Okay, we don't want to do that. We just want to retreat. Nice and quiet. Retreating here gives him an easy trade. So we actually want to come here. This is our next move. And I realize you guys can't see the time, so let me extend this just a bit. There you go. Cool. We still want to do the rook lift. That's fine. He's trading a good bishop for a knight. Even though we double on this side, it's not the end of the world. does go up a pawn here, but we have better development. Challenging him. We're hoping he comes back to this square. Comes back to the right square. If he castles here, we have an interesting idea. Mudit, he might be in chat. Shh. Okay, he blocks it. That's fine. Looking at this. Looking at this. Let's prevent a castle and make him respond to it. So he made this move so that he could castle, right? Now let's make him go through with it. We can pretty much just sit right here and be annoying. We can also reposition back here. I think that loses a bishop, but after some rejiggering for him. Oh yeah, we're annoying your opponent is part of winning games. So Yoshi's highlighting a key principle in winning chess games. That's right, no castling for our friend. Now we start getting more aggressive here. How can we take even further advantage of this unfortunate king here? I like the rook lift. I like maybe even coming in behind here. I like putting pressure here, maybe coming here. I like pushing and then securing this high outpost. That leaves this hanging though. Maybe here, then here. I like this because it leaves room for potential error. This move actually seems really strong. Can't move here, can't move here, can't... Well, he can move here, but it's not good. Pretty much has to come here. And if he takes, we have a bunch of ways to take advantage of that. This just makes us go up a piece. I'm not really sure why he would do this, but let's go for it. Now we get to take with check, and then retake with our pawn. I mean, we have terrible A and H pawns, but I think we're just up a lot of pieces. We also have a great square to queen on. It's going to be really tough to defend. And we come in with our rook, and I think it's mate if he doesn't like start the escape now. And even if he starts the escape now, then we get another one of his rooks. Guys, if you want to play !Skillshare, Skillshare is sponsoring the stream today. You can get a free month to learn alongside me this month. I am studying for some really cool content creation stuff. I'm trying to learn how to video edit. And please challenge on Reddit. Jax Attack said it, man. He's on the money. Thank you, Jax. Fluxcone, dropping some knowledge in the chat. I'm going to be honest. I didn't really follow, but I'm also trying to read quick. All right, so he blocked. Does that work? Can we still hit the queen? He has to take. We take back. I think that's still pretty good, right? Now we're threatening this. Go for it. When he moves this, we get a check. He doesn't have any great squares to move it to either. If he takes, we get, I mean, we're basically just trading a piece. That's fine. Start scooping up some pawns. Try to trade. Trying to simplify our pieces. We want to take. The more that we can take, the better. Probably slide back here. Actually, let's slide here. This is safer. It just stops the progression. That's really his only win condition. Now we can take this. We're also just going to start marching this with our king. So between this bishop and pawn, we stop like all three of these. He's probably just going to have to go back and forth here. Otherwise, he loses this pawn. And we can just... Okay. We'll take it. Coming here. Now he's in trouble. It's fine. Still protecting the square. He should still move it, because that wins a rook. But we're still going to gobble up these. He can't stop both of these pawn advances, right? So we're just trying to simplify our pieces, even if we're sacking the exchange, even if we're exchanging worse, we still win. We do want to prioritize pushing the A-file pawns because our light square bishop controls the A8 square. And that's the square that we would eventually need to force the black king off of. Opponent resigns, rightfully so, but good stuff. Yeah, Jack's Attack, thanks for the plug again. We are going to go ahead and pull up Skillshare. Just so I can show you what it looks like. So when I go to log in, we'll just make it the size of this. So I'm already logged in, right? Here's my profile. I'm a member. You can update, about you, showcase what skills you have. You can also upload your own courses. You can become a Skillshare partner and do that. But I'm mostly going to use this as a consumer. So it's not as important to tell you what I'm leading a chess boxing course and I won a chess boxing world championship and yada, yada, yada. So what I'm looking at is I'm actually learning how to use Final Cut Pro to become a YouTuber. And instead of Final Cut, I want to learn Final Cut too, but I've actually been learning Premiere Pro. So instead of Final Cut Pro, I want to type in Premiere. Adobe Premiere. There we go. And when I search this, I'm going to come up with a ton of options for learning Adobe Premiere Pro. So here's advanced video editing. I'm not advanced yet, right? So here's Adobe Premiere Pro for beginners, editing efficiency and getting started. Man, that one looks pretty good. I'm going to save this one to my classes. So when I'm off stream and I want to go through my own classes, I can come back to this one because I already searched it and found it. Here's another one, advanced training, learn how to Premiere Pro and edit how-to videos for beginners. That one seems interesting too. I'd love to do how-to videos, especially for something like chess boxing. So I'm going to favorite that one too. Okay. So scroll through, pick which ones you think might look good to favorite. Again, you can knock out a lot of these in a month. Usually their free trial is only a week, and you can't really do a whole class in a week. But with the link in ! Skillshare that Jack's Attack just put into chat, you get a full month, which is enough time to finish one of these courses. Pretty cool. So yeah, just spreading the wealth, supporting the stream. ! Skillshare gets you on one of those. Let's get back into chess. I still don't see any challenges, so I'm just going to keep playing rapid. If you do want to play, just sign up for the free month of Skillshare, and I'll give you a game on stream. Okay, so he's doing the advanced, which means we're going to do the French. Okay, it does look like we have a little bit of a tempo. He needs to do this if we aren't going to get the full tempo here. I could have also done this. Probably should have done that. So if take, then take, then take, then take, it's protected by queen. Let's move this here. This removes the defender if he wants to double our pawns. And we can jump to the square to get another attack. He does take. We retake with bishop. And he might have prepped removing one of my defenders. Oh, okay. He's letting me get this square. That's great. So we're here again. We're here. Cool. And we get to develop our bishop with tempo. Totally cool. Now this is going to be tough for him to defend. Pretty standard French stuff. Let's get our castle. Probably want to swing around here. Boop, boop. I'm looking at this move, but it loses a pawn. Let's just reinforce. Looking to trade this. That's actually totally fine for us. There are other scary moves here. Let's put pressure here. We have to take first because that protects the square. Now we have an opportunity to win this. This threatens the knight, and also this, but it's pretty easily beat by b3. I think we start to reassemble here. I think we slide here. And then here. We double up here, start threatening the king. If here, then here. But he can't. He can't. This is a pretty non-functional knight now. So now we win this. We just get a free pawn. And we want him to move like here. If he moves here, it's like a dream come true. Medit, bye. Really fun learning experience. Thanks. Yeah, absolutely. Every Monday, dude. Thanks for being here, Medit. Thanks for the entries and being a good mover. Appreciate you. I think we protect here, baiting him doubling up. And then when we move, we protect with check, and we can take. But we're hoping he doubles up. And let's hope he's not in chat, listening to all my inner thoughts. No, we're still going to do it every week. We're just going to cover chess outside of the PCL, and we're going to be able to cover more chess boxing. But I plan on doing the checkout show indefinitely, every Monday for the rest of my life until further notice. That's my goal. We still have this check. We want to save it, though. I don't like this backwards pawn. I'm trying to figure out a solution to it. Huh. We can't push this yet. I think maybe we do this. He's really opening himself up here. We come here to protect. Or here. That's not as good of a square, though. We come here. Mr. Law, the check doesn't actually get us anywhere. And then it creates a liability to where we have to protect the knight. If he had done something like moving his rook to e1, then we do it because we win material. But positionally, it gets a check in the short term, but the check doesn't lead anywhere. So now if we can remove this defender somehow, we win a pawn. So let's see if we can remove the defender. Maybe something like here. That also reinforces the square. Could also connect our pawns. So let's go for it. We're trying to trade this off. We're reinforcing the square if he pushes. And we're threatening here. Could also open up our rook, which is nice. And Mr. Law, thanks for the follow. If you want to support the stream, ! Skillshare is free for you. You get a free month instead of a week as a trial. So yeah, we go ahead and take that. So now he has doubled pawns, and we can still remove this rook. Let's do it. Let's do it again. Now we have a super strong pawn chain. He'll probably move this back here. It's a terrible square for his rook, though. And now we can move our rook to a much better square. Controlling an open file. And we beat him to it. So now we can probably double our rooks on this file. And this can be our entry point. Can't go here or here or here. So we're going to come here. So he's preparing this, or this. which is fine. We're a little bit faster with our attack, so he's got to respond to me first before he gets his. Thinking about here or here, stopping the advance. I think I go here. Now he has a liability here if he moves his queen. We can also just stop this. We're threatening his pawn. His position's falling down. Yeah. I think it was a mistake to double the pawns here. I think he should have taken with the rook. Now we can even like threaten mate. If we come in here, we're threatening back rank mate. We're also threatening taking this pawn. I think this is our best move. We have to be a little careful with king safety, but I think with this solid wall, we're okay right now. The biggest threat that we have is back rank with this solid wall. And we're protecting our back rank with our doubled rooks. Why not trading rooks like the previous? Yeah, we still have this option, but it's even stronger with our queen here. Now we can take this, we can force this, we can checkmate here. It's just a faster, stronger move. So he's protecting the mating square. So what we do now, now we force it. So it's check, it's retake, and then take. I think we win 2 pawns with this progression. Why not take with rook? What do you mean? Oh, here? It's just slower. We still get the rook for a rook. This just forces it because we take with check. Yeah, so I calculated this because I saw, that there's a problem here. Now it's actually even stronger for us. So we take with queen, and he can't retake with rook. So he actually has to move up here. And then we check here. Actually, do we check here? Do we have mate? Hold on. Here. Here, forces here. Whoa, go away. Here, forces here. I think we just take. We're going to play faster now and stop explaining things because I only have 1:30 left. Let's force some. Maybe we force the queen trade. Yep, and we're just simplifying now. It is an easy win. We just have to have decent technique to finish not stalemate. So we're going to leave this pawn, actually, and try to find checkmate. Good game. All right, I'm going to pee real quick. And guys, join Skillshare and challenge me in Unrated. I'll play you on stream. Ooh, I hear a challenge. Dude, what is up with these pop-ups? Why are these pop-ups coming up today? It's annoying. Running in the background? I don't want you running in the background. I want you to leave me alone. All right, who is this? Jishy Bishy, 10-minute unrated. Jishy Bishy, are you in chat and have you signed up for Skillshare? Just let me know in Skillshare. I mean, in chat if you signed up for Skillshare. Jishy Bishy, I haven't. Yeah, it's free. You get a free month of Skillshare, whereas normally it's just 1 week, which is hard to do a whole course in a week, but you can do a whole course in a month. It doesn't charge you anything. You can cancel even as soon as you sign up, and then we can play a game. So go ahead and sign up, and then I'll accept your challenge for Unrated. Concerned Heel, thanks for being here. Thanks for both the follow and hanging out, playing some chess, and sign up for Skillshare. Hopefully, I'll go ahead and accept it so it doesn't go away. And I'll let a little time come down on mine so you can finish signing up. Give you a little advantage. Let me know when you're done, Jishy Bishy. Mr. Law, have you signed up for Skillshare? Because then you can. Yes. Just challenge me. Unrate it. You're signing up right now? Perfect. Exclamation point. Skillshare gets you over there. Lots of fun clicks over there. Jishy Bishy is done. Great. Right on time. You get almost a minute advantage. You get 44 seconds. Thanks for signing up. Threatening a pawn. He rightfully takes. Good work. Good game. Sorry about that backdoor checkmate. Those aren't fun, Jishy Bishy. We can rematch because I don't see a challenge for Mr. Law yet, and that was a pretty quick game. And because you signed up for Skillshare, I want to make sure you get your time's worth. Let's do it again. Ooh. Very interesting opening. Aggressivo this game. Coming at me. Okay. Don't think he really has a blocker here. So we're just going to play positional and king safety game this game. So now, like, all of our pawns are connected. We're going to get this out first. We'll get this out. That looks like a free pawn. It is. I'll come right back. Okay. We do have to be a little wary of king safety, but I think we're okay here. I don't think he can mate with these. This pushes. Checking here, checking here. He has a check here. This stops pretty much everything. Let's just do this. It's kind of cold in my apartment today. It's chilly in Atlanta. I don't know where spring went, man. It's annoying. I just forget when I sign up that it says my card is invalid. Uh-oh. That's weird. Do you have the right like address and security code and everything? It'll never actually charge your card either. You can cancel like immediately. So this looks pretty good. Got the pin. I think we come back here now. It's cool. Still gonna take it. We're just simplifying. We'll double up. One sec, try again. Okay. Let's start in this pawn. Mr. Law, are you in law school? You just into law? We'll win this pawn. Keep simplifying. Okie dokie. Good game, Jishy Bishy. That was a better game than the first one. Exclamation point rating. What am I? I'm 1338 on Rapid. I should say that I'm probably a little stronger than that. This is a new account. When I signed with chess.com to be a partner streamer, I created a new chess.com account. So this is like a fresh start from like a, I don't know, like a month or two ago. And Gradient, if you want to play me, exclamation point Skillshare. You sign up for a free month. You get something, and you can play me on stream. Usually free trials are only 1 week. This gets you 1 full month to learn anything you want to learn, all in one place. How cool is that? How's it going, Mr. Law? Should I play another game? Don't see any other challenges, so we'll keep doing it. We'll get back into it. Know what I'm saying? We love our Stonewall. Not a fit guy. You came to the right place, dude. If you want to get more fit, come hang. This would be slightly annoying. Okay, he didn't do it. Our opponent is... Why isn't this loading? 1367. From France. We're going to come here. We're going to Gaslit. We do chess and fitness on this account because exclamation point chess boxing. Now we got a fork. Suck it, Frenchie. I'm just kidding. I like French people. Most of our chess boxing events are in France. Let's do this to mess up his pawn structure, I think. Actually, no. I think we do this. Boop. Boop. Are you the commentator from the chess boxing event? I am. Wow, he's just giving me knights now? It's a weird move. I saw that video. Nice! Yeah, if you want to see my history with chess boxing, there you go. But yeah, that's why I commentated Ludwig's event. Did you watch the stream? Or did you watch the YouTube video after? I think we do something like this. Maybe something like this. We got some options here. This is pretty much lost for my opponent. I'm up 2 pieces. I look jacked. Thanks. I work hard. Chess boxing is no easy feat. Training brain and brawn. You can do it too. In fact, exclamation point Discord, we have a whole Discord dedicated to chess boxing. Not whole Discord, a whole channel on Discord. That makes more sense. I think this French guy, Zach, is just like scratching his head like, how did we get here? How did this happen? Can't stop, won't stop the bus. Matt's brain is jacked too. Jacked up, baby. Too many headshots. No, I appreciate the compliment. We got an awesome community here. Positivity, generosity, kindness, compassion. We love it. Not jacked up yet, but the headshots might do that. Yeah, yet, keyword. You fight for too long. You can mess up the brain. We don't want that. You gotta know when to stop. All right, he quit. Quitters never win. Onward. I never stop. Can't stop, won't stop. That's right. Looks like a French game. Put some pressure here. I think we actually do this first, don't we? We want to do this. Let's just play safe. I think he actually wins a pawn if he... I think he wins a pawn if he takes... Oh, never mind. I protect. Okay. Never mind. Am I playing viewers? Not a fit guy. If you sign up for Skillshare, I'll play you on stream. That's the deal today. And it's just 1 free month. It doesn't charge you anything. You cancel, you know, whatever. It's all good. Ooh, I probably should have come here. Our opponent is 13-15 from Great Britain. Chess brawl shout. Yo! So we're kind of pushing either, we're kind of hoping he either pushes, or I think we're just going to end up taking. We kind of have to take. Actually, let's do this. This looks pretty good. I like all this. All this is real nice. Can I just scoop this up real quick? If take... No, I can't. That'd be greedy. Don't do that, Matt. Can I take this? No. What if I do this? He can just push. Maybe here and here. I think we're just going to stick with our original plan. Welcome back, Mr. Law. What do I do when I signed up? Once you're signed up, send me an unrated challenge for 5 to 10 minutes. That's all you got to do. Are you all hell? Gradient? All hell nah? Ah, sorry it didn't work, Mr. Law. Thanks for trying. Not sure what the problem is. Maybe they don't accept my country card. Oh, yeah, that could be it. All right, we're going to take here. He's forced. We're going to take here. Threatening this. Oh, shit. That was a mistake. Now this is hanging because I have to retake. That sucks. Any way to get out of this? Actually, what if I just move here? Oh, but he just won a bishop, right? Well, he's already going to keep winning. Is there anything he can do from here? We don't want to do this. I think we probably just retake. That's annoying. I thought we could retake here, but he's protecting it. Mr. Law, what country are you in? And what kind of law do you like? I think we just let that go. Removing a defender. Maybe we can start to scrap our way back here. We're still in pretty bad shape this game. This might be the first game we lose today against our friend Muhammad. How long have I been playing chess? I mean, I learned when I was a kid, but I haven't been playing competitively that long. Okay. Trying to figure out a mate. I think we're going to want to slide in here. This doesn't really work for us. He gets a check. Yeah, this is bad. It's actually worse than if we weren't there. Now he just gets a free queen. I think we just resign. Quitters never win. And we don't win that game. All right, good luck. Oh, hell nah. AKA Gradient Ape. Okay, it's looking like a Slav. Maybe a Karo Khan. Gotta go. See ya, bro. See ya, Mr. Law24. Thanks for hanging out. Stopping by. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Man, it's cold. Go grab a jumper and a cup of tea. Cup of tea is a good call. Shy. Welcome to the Movers. Or Shajai. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Oh, man. Okay. It's unfortunate when I play viewers because, like, I can't talk through my thought process as much. But you guys know what I'm doing. You've been watching the Stonewall. A jumper. Oh, a jumper is like a, okay. Like, I was trying to think about what a jumper was. Man, do we take here? A sweater, dude. Yeah. Look at that. We got Christmas vibes now. Red and green. 'Tis always the season. For those that don't know, I don't have central heating and air in my apartment. But I love my apartment. So, you know. Oh my god, I just... Frick. I just gave away a... I need to pay attention. I just gave away a rook. It's okay. It's not over. Not loving this. We were good until we gave away our rook. He was in some trouble. But you know, That's what I get for playing a little distracted. He is shifting his resources over to the queen side. He might be trying to, like, come get me like that. I think this point we probably just need to sack. I'm not sure what this move was. He was coming back to defend it. I don't know if that works, though. We want to keep this square shut down. This might give him a little too much time, though. Going for the queen trade makes sense. Let's come here. Don't know if we have enough weapons right now. We gave away too many pieces. Keeping the pin tension. Yeah, Jack's attack. I have space heaters, though. So outside of, like, you know, a few days a year, it's not too hot or too cold. Looks like the king might have gotten away. He's threatening mate. kind of have to trade. He just wants to trade everything. So boring. Good game. All right. Any other signups for Skillshare? That last game, I just blundered a rook, and then it was downhill from there. I had the advantage with the attack on the king side. Because I don't think he has prepared for a stone wall before. Jack's attack, quick on the draw with that copy pasta. We love it. Playing or what? What's going on here? Le point? Okay, let's do it. Good game, Gradient. Thanks for signing up for Skillshare. Thanks for the game. Filling in for your mods. Yeah, where are my mods? It's a good call, Jack's attack. That's an interesting move. Actually, I don't know what to do in this position. I guess if he pushes, we just transpose. Let's do this. That stops this. It stops this. Can reinforce this. If push, we just slide right back. Now we're going to be attacking this. It's going to be our main target. Yeah, Gradient. That rook was a mistake. I think. Well, I should have reviewed the game actually. But I think just moving the rook up a square was my move, and then the rook sack might also work. I'd have to look at it again. I guess he's just going to fianchetto again. What's up, Sir Napsalot? That's a great name. And Unicode Sisters. Welcome to the Movers. All right, we're going to slide here. Prepare for this. No. Whew! That pre-move was almost so terrible. If he had moved in that exact second, we would have been screwed. Big yikes. Okay, we like that. So let's calculate this. If here, take, we're good. If here, take, we aren't good. But we just trade and then we scoop this up. Let's do it. Actually, this makes us like even better. This might have been overkill, though. The time to push might have been last move. We might have to review this game, too. We don't like this bishop. Bishop's really good right now. Interesting. We come here. You can't reinforce it. And we get even another defender. This is going to be easy to scoop up later, probably. Threatening here. Probably going to be able to take this. We also have this. Powerful square for a queen. All right, that is a free knight. Un blender. Blunders happen. I get it, man. Kind of a weird move. I mean, I think he's looking at backdoor, right? I think he's looking at this. But I think this stops it. Again, not really sure about that. I think we developed the bishop this time. He's sacrificing too much material. Black gonna commit seppuku. If you don't know what seppuku is, it is the ritualistic suicide for samurais. They have a knife, they stick it into their belly button, they come over to their liver, and then they come up the side of the rib cage. So I think we pin this now. I mean, he has this check lane. I think we're still good, though. So if take, we're still threatening queen. He can't take because we protect. So I think that kind of ends it, right? Getting all desperate? Yeah, he's desperate. Our desperate Italian friend. Pretty low on time, too. He might double up here. If he does, we take. Your boy Text Tick. I'm doing well, man. How are you doing today? Just finished the checkout show, playing a little chess. We are also sponsored by Skillshare today. Skillshare is giving all movers 1 month for free on their platform. No charge. You just sign up for a free trial. Usually it's a week. They're giving us a month. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Now is when we start simplifying and trading things off, so we want to look for ways to do that. This is a pretty good way to do that, because we can start checking and trading. Also, if take, that's fine. He gets 2 for the price of 1, but it's also one of his main weapons, so we're totally cool with that. Okay. I think he did this too early. I think if he had done it with tripled rooks, it would have been stronger. But I think there are ways out of this now. I think this is one of the ways. I also think this is one of the ways. Check, force response. And then triple and protect the square. And I think we're going to do that way. Because again, we just want to simplify. We have a time advantage and a material advantage. So this is actually fine. It's also making him think. Trying to get the sleep schedule under control. Super important. The day starts with the sleep from night before. You want good energy? You want to wake up early? Have a good morning routine? Starts with sleep hygiene for the night before. Check, take, check, take, check, check, pawn. And then we have an extra knight to jump around, not to that square. Do you guys like this camera placement? Doesn't it kind of look like I am like looking right at the board? That was my goal anyway. This is a pretty annoying move for him. He also has less than a minute. We're probably going to time him out on this one, which I would have loved to checkmate on this game because we do have a pretty good advantage. Force trade. He just doesn't have many good squares for his queen. Like, he has b6, a7. GG. He resigns. Less than 10 seconds to go. We have material advantage, and he had just given up his other pawn. Good stuff. Yeah, Matt Cat Boxers in the chat from Jack's Attack. Jack's Attack. Should we do another? I haven't seen a challenge come in. Did we get points for that one? Are we playing unrated right now? We want to be playing rated. Oh, there's a tournament for under 1,200 in 4 minutes. 5-0 blitz. Yo, let's do this. Should we do this and end stream with this? I think this actually sounds super fun. Oh, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. We got an arena starting in 4 minutes. Let's go. All right, I'm gonna I'm gonna microwave some water, get some tea maybe. It's so cold. Arena starting in T-minus 3 minutes. Sign up for Skillshare, and thanks for being here. I don't think I have time to do the tea process and be on time to start the arena. So we're just gonna do this. Okay, it's 5 minutes. I gotta play a little faster than I've been playing. Yeah, I'm not a big soft drink guy. I do a lot of water, tea, coffee. Sometimes a fruit juice, like orange juice or apple cider. But mostly water, man. Yo, I bet the this guy at the top, Nasha Bowles, thinks he has this in the bag. Because it's an $11.99 and under tournament, and he's $11.99. But he's in for an unpleasant surprise. Coming at him. All right. 90-second countdown. I wonder how long this tournament is. Does it say? Is it like an arena where it's an hour, like yesterday? All right, 45 seconds to start. I'll move this a little bit so you can see my opponent's name. They're going to be on the upper left. Or maybe I'll move it here. Man, I'm starting to look like a NASCAR car. All these like sponsored little badges here. Which, again, exclamation point Skillshare. Let's get this ad out of the way. Thanks for watching the ad and supporting the stream. We'll get the ad out of the way before this thing starts. Oh, we got 10 seconds. Opponent using time. I don't even know what he's doing. I'm eating these delicious peanut butter filled pretzels from Trader Joe's. Anyone know about that life? So good. Okay. That's a weird one. Not gonna lie, don't understand that. Hope it's not a trap. Oh my god, dude. This is like oldest trick in the book. I think we got an early win, team. Oh, he's $6.99. This isn't a fair match. Sorry, Seb. You're getting jacked up, dude. Should I offer him a draw? Just kidding. Wait, why is some of this cut off? Has it been like this the whole time? No, it had to have just started because of like the tournament, right? We have another check, but let's just develop. I don't think we have a checkmate. I think we just play smart. We just want king safety. We can always take this. Maybe we just play it safe and get out. If he offers the queen, we take it. Okay, we'll just keep that pinned. We'll keep our development going. Kind of like not many squares for our queen. We need to make sure we don't lose it here. Oh my god. Are we going to lose it? What the hell, dude? I think we actually do this. We're already up 9. This is fine. Let's come back for another check. Keep our development going. We just bring our queen back. I'm kind of hungry. I've been streaming since like 11:45 or whatever. It's already 4. How's this been such a long stream already? Cool. We trade. He could have castled. We might just time this guy out. Uh-oh. What the hell, dude? Are we about to lose? Oh my god. I think we actually accept the draw. Is there any way out of this? Yeah. Let's get out of here. Oh my god. Do we both continue? I can't believe after that strong of a start, we drew him. That's crazy. Because I think I lose the queen no matter what. So what happens here? I think we take, he takes. Yeah, we don't have like a clear path of victory here. 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 I don't know, man. I mean, he gets in here pretty quick with his queen. Not looking good. That was terrible. Yeah, clearly two blunders. Wow, I had one brilliant move. Okay. Oh, here we go. All right, we're not going to blow this one. We force the trade. I losing this game right now? Damn, dude. I think that was a mistake. We got lucky there. That is one brave king indeed. um. He's about a minute on me. Oh my god. All right, at least we still win. That was not pretty, though. How am I playing so poorly right now? All right, time to mate the king. Always stay a knight away until you get to this square, and then bring this in. Good game. Holy smokes. That was scary. I get 0 style points for that game. That was horrible. Imagine not resigning there. Yeah. I don't know, man. I made some mistakes in the last 2 games where it's like, you play to the end. Not a bad thing. All right, round 2 is 7. We have 1.5 points. Can't believe we got a draw, dude. That's so sad. We lost so many points for that draw, too. I'd rather Seppuku. Me too. Me too. We got, what, 5 more rounds? We're almost done. All right, I gotta stop eating these. I'm gonna ruin my dinner. Oh, here we go. All right, good luck, Matt G. GG, bro. Yeah, right back at you. That was scary. B Factor, sign up for exclamation point Skillshare to get in the queue for playing me. I think we have chances of trapping queen here. We're using way too much time. And yet we still continue to use that much time.
Hmm. I'm making these games way too hard on myself. Can't stop it now. Shit, yeah, you can.
can't believe that was a draw. That's so annoying. Very, very annoying. I should have moved faster, man. Okay, next game. That's 3 of 7. Coming away with 2 draws. At least we have no losses. All right. B Factor. Thanks for checking it out. Did you sign up? Have you issued me a challenge? If you sign up, I can get you right after this arena. We might get our queen trapped here. We got to be careful. We got to go on a rescue mission here. Got to be careful for back rank. Now we're doubled up here. We're okay. If here we take. I think he's got to come back here to defend. Great. Moves a little weird. Got him! We got a dub, finally! Dude, I've been playing so bad. Oh, all right. I think we have a little time before our next round, so I'm just gonna run to the restroom in between rounds. This is crazy, dude. I'm way underperforming, but I hope it's fun. I hope you're seeing some interesting chess. I hope it's not too boring. Be right back. Get a cup of tea? Yeah, I should. I don't think I have enough time though. I don't want to risk missing the beginning of a game. But we're doing it, guys. We haven't lost one yet. In 4 rounds, we've come out with either a win or a draw. So that's good. Also, if you entered to win the Chess.com Diamond membership, join the Discord. After stream, I'll figure out who wins and reach out to you via Discord for your Chess.com username. Also, if you just want to get a Chess.com membership and support the stream, you can use that link or join our Chess Club. Chess Club will have some, we'll do arenas and that kind of thing. And give away memberships. We love giving away memberships. Dude, we're getting like some dubstep on this. Turn this up a little bit. We'll get the music going. Get ready for the next round. Yeah. Okay. Oh my gosh, we only have 7% battery left on my my camera. It's probably gonna die. It's probably gonna die before the end of the stream. We might be ending stream this week with no camera. If we do, last plug for Skillshare. ! Skillshare. Spend a month learning anything you want to learn on Skillshare. With me, I'll be doing it all this month and the next 2 months. I'm learning how to be a better content creator and video editor. Usually you only get 1 week free on their free trial. They're giving all of our community 1 month free. You can cancel after that if you aren't getting value. They won't charge your card or anything. But yeah, just sign up. It'll also put you in a queue to play me if you want to play me on stream. Probably not on this stream because my camera's almost dead, but in future streams. Cool? Yeah. All right. We got to be getting close to the next game, right? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah. When's this game starting? I feel like it should be any second now. Who we facing? I'm getting antsy. Here we go. All right, we're facing a Swede. Bring it on. Bring it on, Vilgo. Doing the French. Thank you. What up, Adam? Welcome to the Movers. It's such a weird move. Rock it out. All right, that's mildly annoying. All right, let's break up this party. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God, dude. What is happening? Am I just underestimating all these people? I can take here. Insanity. What is going on here, man? We got to count on a blunder or on time. We had a better start. We went up a pawn, and still crazy shit's happening. We need to start complicating the position. Let's get a check. Dude, this frickin' bishop is so annoying. What do I even do? Oh my god, dude. I gotta get active. I don't know, something like this. Dude, I'm down a minute at a time now, too. We need this guy to start blundering. Fuck. Why didn't you take my queen? All right, we just gotta play for time now. Jesus, that move's a killer. We can't do anything about it either. Staying alive. Jesus, that's so embarrassing. That is so embarrassing. Good game. God, we blew a game we had a clear advantage in. His position was horrible. Yeah, I was greedy. Look, I even had more accuracy. Trying to trade off the outpost. Okay. Another mistake. Capture a free rook. I had a free rook. What was I doing, dude? I think I'm getting fatigued. Just getting, like, angry. It's okay. Deep breath in. Slow breath out. Roll the shoulders up towards the ears, down the back. Loosen up the neck a little bit. All right, we're recalibrating. Not going to get tilted. And going to play our best chess. We have our strongest opponent yet. What are we going to do with it? Or is it weak? This is pretty weak. Good game. Little in-between move. This saves our... Oh, no, it doesn't. Take. Sheesh. Crap. That's scary. Great pawn. It's going well, man. Mistake. Is this another sponsored stream? Yeah, we're doing Skillshare, dude. I don't know what you mean by another though, because I've only ever had 2. I guess you have been here for both of them. He could have forced a queen trade. Oh my god, I have 20 seconds left. There's no way I'm winning this. Pin is probably his best move. Dude, I don't get this guy's aversion to trading. Good game. Oh my gosh, dude, I'm playing so bad. I'm taking so much time while I play bad. GG. That's an interesting move. Did not consider that, but that makes a lot of sense. What a blunder. Wow, really? Huh, okay. Yeah, sack the rook indeed. But it wasn't even a sack. We didn't even get rid of it. Oh, sounds like we're playing. All right, Bulldog. 9:15. We're playing well below that today. Cool. Okay. I don't know if this works, but we're still going to try a Stonewall transposition. So these are weak. I think we just tried to backdoor him. I mean, I had all kinds of hanging stuff here, dude. He had this. He still has this. I mean, I'm playing silly. Playing real silly right now. Getting all kinds of silly. Doesn't look good. Thanks, Trey Pawn. Love the Matt Cat hearts. We need more love. Threatening here or here. We hope he just takes. I mean, he's got to start protecting it, but I'm going to have more attackers than he has protectors. Damn, that was a pretty good move. Just play really safe. Connect these. Oh! Okay. Here we go. Time to win. Got him. This guy's just being annoying. We got this one, though. Good job, team. All right, round 7 of 7. We got 4 points out of 7. We lost, what? We lost 1 or 2. We drew 2. I don't even know what we come out of with this. We definitely didn't win, though. Tournament over. I got 23rd. Yikes. Big yikes. But good games to all. That was fun. Somehow my camera survived. Last plug, guys. Exclamation point Skillshare. Exclamation point Skillshare gets you 1 month free on Skillshare. You can learn anything. I'm learning how to edit YouTube videos, become a better content creator. You can learn how to take better pictures, how to write better, how to, manage your finances. The possibilities are endless on this site. They're supporting this stream. Everyone that signs up, we get benefit from. But we need to hit at least 10 signups in order for that to be possible. So if you haven't done it yet, and you have a few extra seconds, a little bit of free time, please do it. Helps the stream, helps me continue to be able to stream chess and fitness and all the variety stuff. So I appreciate you. I appreciate Skillshare. Exclamation point Skillshare for the link. And yeah, streams this week. I have a stream Wednesday morning. I'll drop it in the Discord. I'll also announce the winners in the Discord of the Diamond membership for chess.com. Join the Discord. And yeah, thanks for a fun stream, guys. This was a blast. So we're gonna look for someone to raid. Let's see who's online. Feel free to recommend people too. Should we raid Nemo, maybe? Let's raid Nemo. Let's get her. All right, team. Ready up to go say hi to Nemo. Tell her I say what's up. Have a great rest of your day. Happy Monday. Thanks for the good vibes. Jack's Attack later. Raid Hikaru. No, Hikaru has enough followers, dude. Enough viewers. Great Pawn later. Guys, thanks for being so awesome today. See you later.